Chapter 1767. What's going on? This huge fluctuation made the super experts and the many old figures floating in the void tremble. The terrifying aura was too shocking. In an instant, amidst everyone's astonishment, bright runes shone down from the void, illuminating the void that had long disappeared from the divine dominion. This vast aura and shocking movement was like the birth of a demon god. Woo woo! In an instant, the shadows of stars appeared in the void. Ferocious beasts roared and ferocious birds appeared. The strange phenomenon in the sky was unparalleled. It was as if a world had descended. At the same time, in that world, a resplendent figure appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air, and the surroundings were resplendent. It made him seem like a god, and his might had descended into the world. All the living beings in the Chanhuang mainland felt the pressure from the depths of their souls. They wanted to worship him. Divine Ancestor. When the figure appeared in the void, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other legalism experts trembled. They were pleasantly surprised and bowed. Saint Martial Realm. Elder Lay stared the space in front of him. Such a vast aura caused even his body to ripple with lightning. His wrinkled face immediately furrowed. Legalism's divine ancestor. That's a Saint Martial Realm expert. The void in the distance was boiling. The old figures and super experts were also suppressed. They did not dare to occupy the same void as him. They were suppressed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Saint Martial Realm. When these words landed in Du Xiaofu's ears, his heart and soul trembled. That vast and mighty aura caused Du Xiaofu's soul to tremble, and he wanted to worship it. It was a kind of incomparably vast and unstoppable pressure that permeated the air. The Saint Martial Realm was a level that only existed in legends. It was only a legend in the current world. It was rumored that an existence like the Saint Martial Realm could kill millions of people in a fit of anger. They could destroy the heavens and earth. They could even make the sun and moon irrelevant. And now, the legendary Saint Martial Realm appeared in the void. That pressure was enough to make all the living beings tremble. They did not dare to speak. Walala! At the same time, a ball of fire silently appeared in the distance. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, silently appearing on the Chanhuang mainland. Flames were spreading in the void. The flames were illusory and were not bright flames. However, they burned the void until it was a blur. A figure could be seen standing in the middle of the blurry flames. His aura was not any weaker than that of the divine ancestor of legalism. Aoo! At the same time, in the distant horizon of the four seas, a dragon's roar resounded through space. In the next instant, the sea of clouds in the sky roiled and raging flames filled the air. In an instant, a gigantic dragon of immeasurable length appeared in the distant sky. Half of the dragon's body appeared, and its claws could tear through the void. Half of the dragon's body appeared in the sea of clouds in the sky, and the tail could not be seen. This giant dragon appeared, its entire body covered in raging flames. It was incomparably red as it stretched across the void. On its sinister head, the dragon's eyes were like red black holes that overlooked all living things. The raging flames covered the dragon's scales, but it gave off a feeling that it was as tough as steel. The dragon's eyes seemed to be able to devour the world. All living things could not help but be shocked. The appearance of such a giant dragon was indescribably huge, and all living things could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Aoo! When such a giant dragon appeared, all the monsters in the surroundings roared and prostrated. Greetings, divine ancestor! Greetings, divine ancestor! When such a giant dragon and an illusory figure descended, the dragon's long tongue Gongsanhua, and the others immediately bowed with smiles on their faces. Gugu! When such a giant dragon and two terrifying figures appeared on the Chanhuang mainland, all living things could not help but gulp. Those with lower cultivation levels began to worship them directly. Holy martial realm, 2 holy martial realm experts, and a holy dragon. In order to kill Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu, the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal are going all out. This is the ultimate strength. The holy martial realm. This is the true strength of the 9 great families. Everyone in the void was shocked, and countless gazes were trembling. At this moment, just the pressure that these 3 figures brought about was enough to make people unable to not prostrate themselves in worship. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. This was the true strength of the 9 great families. In the face of such pressure, Du Xiaofu felt that he was no match for them. The holy martial realm was an existence that surpassed everything. It was so strong that it was indescribable. Du Xiaofu deeply felt that he was insignificant. They're really going all out. The old lady, Garuda Mola, raised her head. Her pale face was filled with coldness. Not good. The legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal are already prepared. They're going all out to deal with Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. Icy Ink, Elder Daipai, Xinghan, and the other experts' faces changed. They had already thought of the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontals, Li Qinfa. They definitely wouldn't let Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu go so easily. However, they didn't expect the legalism to send out holy martial realm experts. Xinghan, Icy Ink, Elder Daipai, and the others were the ancestors of the 9 great families. They knew what it meant to send out holy martial realm experts. The appearance of holy martial realm experts represented the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons were really going all out. At this moment, they couldn't inform their families in time. Rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. From the end of the void, a dazzling ink-black rune swept out, turning into a rain of light that undulated in the void. Walala! The dazzling ink-black rune fluctuated, revealing a kind of mystery of the world. Between the heaven and earth, there was a trace of chaotic qi. In that great calamity, the sun and the moon fell, the stars collapsed, and countless almighty experts died. In the blink of an eye, time has passed, and the sea has turned into mulberry fields. The old voice reverberated between heaven and earth, as if it had transcended the ancient time and space. When the voice slowly spread, a smile appeared on little Xingxing's face. Xiangu, do you want to intervene? The huge, raging flame red dragon looked into the depths of the void and roared. The great calamity has arrived, the ancient demon has appeared. Stop fighting and resist the calamity. The old figure was faint, and then a huge blurry shadow of a giant turtle appeared in the sky. It seemed to have lived for countless years and could overlook the mortal world. This giant tortoise was also at the Saint Realm. Looking at it from afar, one could feel that it had once shaken the mountains and rivers, created legends, and dominated the world. It was one of the most powerful existences left in the world. It's that legendary old turtle. It's still alive and hasn't returned to the dust. It's reappeared. The experts of the beast region trembled. To the experts of the beast region, the old turtle was a taboo existence. After so many years, the old turtle was still alive. It was hard to believe, and it shocked them. What if we must attack? The school of vertical and horizontal's divine ancestor looked at the giant turtle. Flames flickered in the blurry void. His voice was calm, but it was powerful without anger. He had had countless glorious days, and once looked down on the world. If you must attack, then I can only stretch these old bones, said the old turtle. It seemed calm, boundless, and faint, but its formless power was astonishing. It had once intimidated the ancient era and made the great powers tremble. Its calm words were a deep warning. Old turtle, it seems you want to become enemies with us, the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. Could it be that you want to fight against the 3 of us by yourself? A grand aura rippled in the void. The figure sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. His gaze was like a rising sun, and the surrounding void began to boil. Legalism, dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal. So what? Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm dead? His voice pierced the clouds and cracked stone, and rumbled like thunder. In an instant, golden light filled the sky from the direction of the beast region. A golden sea appeared in the void, and golden ripples spread out like a tide. Walala! Along with it, a vast and domineering aura swept out. Golden light shot out in all directions, and a terrifying aura swept out. Chapter 1768. Screech! The cry of a rock resounded. Amidst the surging tide of golden light, the image of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and flew over. It was like a golden torrent that hung in the sky, and it carried a peerlessly domineering and fierce aura. This golden-winged rock was too huge, much bigger than the old Granny Jalomola's body. Just the spread of its golden wings was enough to block out the sun. Golden talisman patterns flickered, emitting a blazing light as it soared into the sky. Rumble! In an instant, such a golden-winged rock appeared, and its ferocious aura spread out. Even the sky was trembling, and it was terrifying. What a powerful aura! The elderly figures in the surrounding space were all shocked. The pressure that radiated from the enormous, golden-winged, great Pung made the surrounding experts of the Beast Clan want to prostrate themselves on the ground and tremble. The terrifying pressure was far too powerful. Du Xiaofu cultivated the golden-winged rock technique so he could feel how terrifying the aura at this moment was. It made his rock blood boil. The pressure exuded by the enormous, great, golden-winged Pung was even greater than the auras of the Saint Martial Realm cultivators. It was even more domineering than the auras of the Saint Martial Realm cultivators. Greetings, old chief. Greetings, grandfather. Greetings. In the lineup of the golden-winged rock clan, all the elders, Jalo Kaling, Jalo Juyu, and the others immediately bowed to the golden-winged rock that covered the sky. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was a little dumbfounded. Xiaofu, this is grandfather. He has been in seclusion in the clan all this time. It was grandmother who asked grandfather to come out a long time ago, afraid that legalism and the dragons would do anything to deal with you. Jalo Kaling's voice transmission also fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with warmth. The golden-winged, great rocks treated him wholeheartedly. The old lady had long predicted this situation and had informed the old clan leader. In fact, the one who came was also his convenient god-grandfather. Greetings, grandfather. Shocked, Du Xiaofu immediately bowed. Under that unparalleled and domineering pressure, the rock blood in his body boiled. The huge rock flew across the sky. Its huge eyes were like the sun, shining with golden light. Like golden lightning, its gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. It said, "So it's you, kid? Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you." His voice was incomparably domineering, causing Du Xiaofu's eardrums to tremble. "You want to touch my golden-winged great rocks? Let me see if you're strong enough." The gigantic, golden-winged great Pung spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its voice was like thunder. Two golden, lightning-like eyes shot out like golden lightning, staring straight at the blazing scarlet dragon and legalism. The Saint Martial Realm expert of the school of Zongheng seemed to have the intention to fight 1 against 3. Seeing the golden-winged great Pung and the blazing scarlet dragon, the Saint Martial Realm experts of the school of legalism and the school of Zongheng all had unsightly expressions. Oh no, this is going to be an earth-shattering battle. All the creatures present were trembling. At that moment, holy martial realm experts and holy beasts had appeared one after another. A great battle was already unavoidable. Once such experts fought, the sky would collapse and the earth would rend. It would engulf the world and turn it into a great calamity. Hey, It's been a long time since I've seen such a huge dragon. If I roasted it, it would definitely taste good." Right when the Saint Realm experts were about to make a move, a voice resounded from the distance. Then, as everyone looked at each other in surprise, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a sloppy old man in ragged clothes, with a few strands of grass in his white hair. He stared curiously at the blazing scarlet dragon. Compared to the blazing flame scarlet dragon, the sloppy figure seemed incomparably small. However, saliva dripped from his mouth as if he really wanted to roast the dragon. However, when this sloppy figure appeared, the gazes of many people present seemed to have been struck by lightning, and huge waves rose in their eyes. Li Chenfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other school of legalism had their eyes twitching. This was especially true for Li Chenfa and Qin Tianshi. Huge waves rose in their hearts. Back then, that sloppy figure had ruthlessly slapped them before swaggering off. Gu Qingyang and the others also had their faces changed. They had seen this person outside the sealed ancient land in the central prefecture. Fu Yibai. Du Xiaofu was also a little stunned. Who else could that sloppy figure be other than the elusive Fu Yibai? Du Yu, Du Shui, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the other Du family disciples were also dumbfounded. They stared at Fu Yibai for a long time. Fu Yibai, who used to sweep the floor of the Du family, wanted to roast a dragon as soon as he came out. Moreover, he wanted to roast a holy dragon. How could they not be shocked? "Puny human, you're courting death!" The sacred dragon responded to Fu Yibai with a thunderous dragon roar. Its dragon breath gushed out and turned into a terrifying storm. It soared with a dragon shadow and swept towards Fu Yibai. As a sacred dragon, no one had ever looked down on a sacred dragon. This human wanted to roast it, which was the greatest disrespect and contempt to it. It wanted to use the simplest and most direct method to prove that its prestige was inviolable. Roar. Roar. The dragon breath was violent, like the descent of heavenly fire. In an instant it swept towards Fu Yibai, causing the space to crumble. Countless people in the surroundings were on tenterhooks. Not good! Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Yu, and Du Shui sucked in a breath of cold air because of Fu Yibai. However, with their cultivation and strength, they did not even have the ability to react, let alone intervene. But at that moment, under countless horrified gazes, Fu Yibai's face and hair didn't even flutter in the terrifying storm of dragon breath. He waved his sleeve slightly, and the terrifying dragon breath dissipated in the void as his shabby sleeve swept past. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that Fu Yibai's figure also vanished. Everyone looked at each other with horror and bewilderment. When Fu Yibai reappeared, he was already in the void above the blazing scarlet dragon's back. Roar! The sacred dragon seemed to have sensed it. It opened its mouth and roared. Its dragon scales glowed as it roared incessantly. Raging flames surged and shook the heavens. Even that old fellow from the azure dragon lineage has to behave in front of me. How dare a mixed blood dragon like you attack me? How dare you? Fu Yibai spoke as his figure descended. It seemed slow and light, but strangely he appeared on the back of the blazing scarlet dragon. Chila! In the next instant, Fu Yibai directly grabbed at the gigantic dragon body and flipped off a huge flaming dragon scale. It was pulled out along with a few dozen kilograms of dragon blood, causing the dragon blood to spurt out in all directions. Roar! The raging flame, scarlet dragon roared. It was also in great pain. Its enormous dragon body rolled about, causing the void to collapse. Behave yourself! Fu Yibai stomped his foot, and the sacred dragon's back was in a terrible state. The dragon scales cracked one after another. Then Fu Yibai appeared on the sacred dragon's head. He held the blazing scarlet dragon's forked dragon horn and shouted, "Behave yourself! Otherwise, I'll pull out your dragon horn." Roar! Fu Yibai's words made the blazing scarlet dragon roar again. However, It immediately behaved itself and did not dare to move. The entire void was stunned and horrified. Such a sloppy old man looked so weak, but he was able to trample a sacred dragon. No one dared to believe it. Was that really a sacred dragon? A sacred dragon was like a small snake in front of that sloppy old man. Was this real? Many people looked at each other. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they had seen wrongly. At this moment, perhaps only the sacred dragon could truly experience Fu Yibai's strength. It unleashed its full strength, but it was unknowingly suppressed. The other party did not even have much of an aura, but it was unable to resist. Everyone was stunned. The golden-winged Great Pung, the Old Tortoise, and the two St. Martial realms from the School of Legalism and School of Vertical and Horizontal were also stunned. Chapter 1769. Is this really Fu Yibai? In the silent void, Du Shui and the other Du family disciples were completely stunned. How was this still the Fu Yibai from the Du family's martial codex? This was clearly a Peerless expert. At this moment, the Du family disciples were enlightened. No wonder Du Xiaofu was so savage and wanted to roast ferocious beasts. It turned out that all of this came from Fu Yibai. Back in the Du family, Du Xiaofu and Fu Yibai would hang out together every day. They would climb trees to dig bird nests and catch fish in the water. There was once when they almost burned down the Du family's back mountain. Regret, Du Shui, and Du Hao were filled with regret. If they knew that Fu Yibai was such a Peerless expert, they would have kept pestering Fu Yibai. If they could have obtained a move or two from him, it would have been immensely beneficial. Unfortunately, Fu Yibai had been hiding and deceiving the Du family for several generations. Who are you? The Legalism St. Martial Realm expert spoke. He looked at Fu Yibai with fluctuating divine light in his eyes. Legalism's people. Fu Yibai's expression immediately turned gloomy as he turned around. He let go of the blazing scarlet dragon and soared into the sky. He appeared in the void in front of a Legalism St. Martial Realm old man like a ghost. Legalism treated my warning as fart. With just this sentence, an invisible aura fluctuated from Fu Yibai's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Then he slapped towards the Legalism St. Martial Realm expert. I don't care who you are. You are too arrogant. The Legalism St. Martial Realm expert was enraged, and his expression changed. The sun, moon, and stars revolved in the world behind him. Mountains and rivers trembled as beasts roared. This was the Legalism's Dharma technique. It caused the surrounding void to shatter. Its power was shocking and terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The void exploded as runes filled the sky. A terrifying divine aura descended as all laws returned to one. The scene was terrifying as if it wanted to destroy the world. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding creatures to go limp, and some even knelt down. However, Fu Yibai's handprint was too strange. It stretched out without any fear, and the void seemed to have turned upside down as it overturned the heavens. Chi-la-la. At the same time in the world that the Legalism St. Martial Realm expert brought about, stars fell. Demonic beasts were annihilated, mountains and rivers collapsed. Pa! A crisp slap rang out. The red handprint landed on the face of the St. Martial expert from the School of Legalism. His figure was completely revealed. It was an old man with an aged appearance. At this moment his face was red and swollen, and he spat out blood from his mouth. PFFF! As the pitiful St. Martial Realm expert spat out blood, his aged body was smashed into the ruins below, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. It was dead silent all around. The dignified Legalism St. Martial Realm expert was a terrifying existence that only existed in legends. Any one of them had an earth-shattering glory and invincible might. They were all existences that created myths and legends. But now a saint dragon was first trampled, And then this legalism, St. Martial realm expert, was sent flying with a single slap. Oh my God! The entire void was astonished. The scene in front of them made all the creatures' hair stand on end, and their hearts were filled with shock. The legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal fell, from heaven to hell once again. Their faces were as pale as ash. This was the saint ancestor they invited, an immovable giant mountain. He was one of the strongest existences in the world, and his cultivation had reached the heavens. Otherwise, how could he be called a saint? The word saint was enough to describe him. But now this scene was too unreal. The saint dragon of dragons and the saint ancestor of legalism couldn't even withstand a single blow. The remaining St. Martial realm expert, from the school of vertical and horizontal, was also shocked. The void around his body rippled with flames as he stood in mid-air in disbelief, his face pale. Bastards, I've already said in legalism that if you want to touch Du Xiaofu, you're welcome. It's fine if you're at the greater domain realm, but if you're able to kill him, that's your ability. But if you're at the bounded domain realm or above, I don't mind smacking you to death. Fu Yibai was in the sky. These were the words he had said in legalism. He was furious now. His gaze swept across the figures of the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons in the void. He said in a deep voice, "The great calamity of the world is coming. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have smacked you to death one by one." His voice was like thunder, and his face was ashen. He continued, "Remember, if you want to touch Du Xiaofu, you're welcome to continue. If you're able to kill him, that's your ability. But remember, if you're at the saint realm or above, I'll destroy your orthodoxies." When these words fell into everyone's ears, the entire crowd was as silent as cicadas in winter. Only Du Xiaofu was speechless. What did he mean by, "if you're able to kill me, that's your ability"? Did Fu Yibai think that he didn't have enough enemies? However, Du Xiaofu was even more shocked at this moment. All the signs indicated that Fu Yibai wasn't an ordinary person. But Du Xiaofu didn't expect Fu Yibai to be so powerful. A legendary Saint Realm expert couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. No one dared to say a word. Such a sloppy old man had trampled on a saint dragon and slapped the legalism's divine ancestor effortlessly. It was so shocking that people couldn't breathe for a long time. The dragon's saint dragon was drenched in blood and trembling at the side. The legalism's Saint Martial realm old man crawled out from the ground. He was in an extremely sorry state and didn't dare to say anything else. Fu Yibai swept his gaze across the surroundings. His white hair, which resembled a bird's nest, had weeds swaying in the wind. At this moment, he exuded a dignified aura. Subsequently, Fu Yibai straightened his clothes. However, his messy white hair, which resembled a bird's nest, still had a few strands of weeds in it, and his tattered clothes couldn't give him a dignified aura. Furthermore, he was holding a few kilograms of dragon meat that was suffused with a multicolored glow. Following that, Fu Yibai crossed the void and arrived before the desolate country's lineup. His eyes revealed a smile, and in an instant he seemed to be a completely different person. "Greetings, Elder Fu." As Fu Yibai approached, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Shui, and the rest of the Du family's juniors instinctively bowed. They grew up in the Du family, and everyone was obedient and respectful in front of Fu Yibai. At this moment, it was an instinctive reverence. A bunch of brats. Not bad. Fu Yibai nodded his head as he looked at the Du family's juniors with admiration in his eyes. Mas, at this moment, Du Tingxian walked out with a similarly shocked expression before bowing respectfully. "What Mas? We have no relationship, so don't try to claim kinship." However, just as Du Tingxian opened his mouth, he was immediately interrupted by Fu Yibai. Fu Yibai ignored Du Tingxian and looked at Du Xiaofu. He squeezed out a smile, but his figure seemed to be about to leave. "Fu Yibai, don't forget some things." Du Xiaofu stared straight at Fu Yibai, but he didn't give Fu Yibai any face. Although Du Xiaofu was grateful for Fu Yibai's help, he couldn't give any face to this old man who had deceived several generations of the Du family and even said that he would welcome others to kill him. Most importantly, the stronger Fu Yibai was, the more Du Xiaofu felt that this old man had lied to him back then. He had been in the water and in the fire all these years, but this old man had been hiding far away. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu became even angrier. Chapter 1770. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Fu Yibai, who was about to leave, subconsciously touched his shriveled butt. Then, the smile on his old face became even more brilliant. He looked at Du Xiaofu and chuckled. His voice also became much gentler. Big brother, I came at the right time. Big brother. Big brother. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that they had misheard. Such a peerless expert, who could slap a St. Martial realm expert like a fly, actually called the Demon King Du Xiaofu his brother. What was most shocking was that the sloppy old man clearly called the Demon King Du Xiaofu his big brother. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, even the old tortoise, Elder Lay Garuda, the legalism St. Martial realm expert, who was slapped by Fu Yibai, Li Qinfa, Qin Tian Shirlongtang, and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to pop out. Oh my God, what's going on? Not far away, Mo Tian Shao, Thunderhawk King, Miaming King, Yun Zhan, Gui Che, and the Zither Demon were also stunned. But at this moment, seeing Fu Yibai calling Du Xiaofu big brother, Du Tingshuan's handsome face couldn't help but twitch. You're not too late. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Fu Yibai and said, Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Fu Yibai's eyes flickered as he squeezed a smile onto his face. Senior Fu, where's my master? Ouyang Shuang immediately walked out from behind Du Xiaofu. Beneath her clothes was a devilish figure, coupled with her already beautiful face. She was simply captivating. Ouyang Shuang knew that Fu Yibai had a close relationship with her master. After not seeing her master for so long, she also missed him. That old lunatic is behind. Fu Yibai looked at Ouyang Shuang and suddenly thought of something. His expression immediately changed. Fu Yibai, is your name Fu Yibai? At the same time, a graceful and beautiful figure flashed out. She was graceful, and devastatingly beautiful. Her curved brows seemed to be frowning, yet not frowning, causing her to seem indistinct like smoke that was enveloped in mist, and it was breathtaking. Who else could it be but Dai Xingyu? Who are you, little girl? Fu Yibai looked at Dai Xingyu and seemed to have sensed some aura as he asked in surprise. My master said that if I see someone called Fu Yibai, I am to capture him and bring him to her. Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Please forgive my rudeness. Dai Xingyu spoke, his brows like distant mountains. Sister Xingyu, this person is too strong. Even if we join forces, we are still no match for him. Be careful. Little Qing immediately went behind Dai Xingyu and looked at Fu Yibai nervously and vigilantly. Her clear and bright pupils carried a faint green radiance as she cautiously reminded Dai Xingyu. Looking at Xiaoqing and Dai Xingyu, Fu Yibai was stunned. He then asked Dai Xingyu, Who is your master? Xiaoqing subconsciously pulled Dai Xingyu's hand. Her fair and flawless skin had a faint redness, and her thin lips were delicate like rose petals. Her temperament was mysterious and supreme, coming out of the divine domain. Xiaoqing had already stepped into the beast domain at such a young age. Dai Xingyu's gaze was firm as she looked at Fu Yibai. Her lips were as red as cinnabar, and she said, I don't know my master's name, but my sect is Sky Cloud Island. Sky Cloud Island, you are her disciple. Hearing that, Fu Yibai's expression changed drastically like a mouse seeing a cat. He pointed behind Dai Xingyu and said, Little girl, look. Isn't that your master? Master is here? Dai Xingyu and little Qing immediately looked behind them when they heard that. Many people also looked in the direction that Fu Yi-bai was pointing at, but there was nothing in the void where their gazes landed. Sister Xingyu, that old guy disappeared. Xiaoqing's voice sounded out in surprise, just as everyone turned around. Fu Yi-bai's figure had already disappeared without anyone noticing. No wonder Master said he's the most cunning. Don't be fooled by his words. I'm afraid Master will scold me when I return. Dai Xingyu blamed herself. Her master had already instructed her, but she still let Fu Yi-bai escape. Sister Xingyu, it's actually good that he left. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to capture him. Xiaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. I know, but it's Master's orders. Dai Xingyu said softly. She naturally knew that she wasn't Fu Yi-bai's match, but she couldn't disobey her master's orders. Senior Fu, you still haven't told me where my master is. Ouyang Shuang stomped her foot. Fu Yi-bai was simply like a ghost. Fu Yi-bai, you're still running? Stop right there. But at that moment, before Ouyang Shuang finished speaking, a loud roar came from the direction Fu Yi-bai came from. Suddenly, a vigorous figure appeared in the air, floating in midair. It was an old man with disheveled hair. He was even more sloppy than Fu Yi-bai, but his eyes were as deep as the sea as he scanned the surroundings, as if he was searching for something. As for Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, when they saw the disheveled elder, their faces turned as ugly as when they saw Fu Yi-bai. The corners of their eyes twitched, and they even avoided eye contact, not wanting to be noticed by the sloppy elder. It's him. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He naturally knew this old man. Back then, he seemed to have been chasing after Fu Yi-bai. Later on, he found out that the old man was Ouyang Shuang's master. When Ouyang Shuang saw the old man, a smile instantly hung on her face. She soared into the sky and immediately arrived before the old man. She happily greeted Master. Last Shuang. When the old lunatic saw his disciple that suddenly appeared, he also revealed a smile. He could sense Ouyang Shuang's aura, as if he could see through her with a glance. He then said with satisfaction, not bad. Greetings, senior. Du Xiaofu went up and bowed. This was Ouyang Shuang's master, and he couldn't be impolite. Furthermore, Du Xiaofu wanted to build a good relationship with an expert who was able to mix with Fu Yi-bai. Not bad. The old lunatic nodded. Back then, he had seen Du Xiaofu in the void painting and praised him. But soon after, the old lunatic seemed to have thought of Fu Yi-bai again. He looked around and asked, Where's Fu Yi-bai? Where did that old man run off to? I'm not done with him. Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaofu looked at each other. They didn't know what to say, but they also didn't know what to say. In the air, the Saint Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal's aura was blurry. Ripples flickered in his eyes as he said, Fu Yi-bai just ran away not long ago. He's trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Hearing the words of the Saint Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, the surrounding people weren't stupid. They naturally understood that the School of Vertical and Horizontal wanted to borrow the mysterious old man's hand to deal with the terrifying Fu Yi-bai. Master! That's the Saint Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. In the divine domain, the old man from the School of Vertical and Horizontal attacked me several times. I almost never saw you again. Ouyang Shuang said with a wronged expression. She looked so pitiful that tears almost flowed out. Ouyang Shuang wasn't a fool. The School of Vertical and Horizontal clearly wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Ouyang Shuang had personally witnessed how terrifying Fu Yi-bai was. Her master had been chasing after Fu Yi-bai, so his strength shouldn't be too far off. The shamelessness of the School of Vertical and Horizontal made Ouyang Shuang very unhappy. Looking at the pitiful appearance of his beloved disciple, the old lunatic's expression changed. He turned to look at the Saint Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal and said, You dare to bully the young and touch my disciple? Is the School of Vertical and Horizontal itching for a beating? His voice was like thunder that shook everyone's eardrums and soul. As the old lunatic's voice fell, his figure flashed like lightning and directly swept towards the St. Martial Realm expert. Shit, the St. Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal originally wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Never had he imagined that he would bring such huge trouble to himself in the blink of an eye. The latter didn't dare to be careless at all. Countless flames immediately surged out from the blurry space around him, and they transformed into strands of scorching sword chi. Swish, swish, swish. The scorching sword chi was accompanied by an ancient and surging presence. It shattered space and blocked the old lunatic's path. Slash. Under the gazes of everyone present, the old madman completely disregarded the sword light that shattered space into pieces. Everywhere his figure passed, the blazing sword chi that was sufficient to annihilate all peak experts at the Overlord region silently collapsed into nothingness, and then he slapped his hand forward as well. Bang! In the next moment, the St. Martial Realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal was slapped into the distance, shattering space. Before he could even react, he had already vomited blood and fell into the distance like a broken kite. If you dare to bully my disciple again, I'll destroy the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Light surged in the old lunatic's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore through the sky and chased after Fu Yibai. Gulp! Gulp! This scene caused all living beings to swallow their saliva. Ouyang Shuang revealed a satisfied smile. It was a little exaggerated. The School of Vertical and Horizontal had always been suppressed in the divine domain, so it was rare for them to be able to hold their head high. Ouyang Shuang had only wanted her master to teach the St. Martial Realm expert a lesson earlier. As expected, her master's cultivation was unfathomable, and he didn't seem to be inferior to Fu Yibai. Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. How many experts, like the old lunatic and Fu Yibai, are there in the world? There were also the primordial demon, Eastern Immortal, Southern Ru, Western Yao, Northern Addict, Central Tongshin, and so on. It looked like there were far more secrets in the world than what he wanted to know. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 streams of energy shot down from the sky. They seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, and they directly landed on the St. Martial Realm expert and the 2 St. Martial Realm experts that Fu Yibai and the old lunatic had slapped away. Buffed! A dragon and a human almost vomited blood at the same time. They couldn't resist at all, and their eyes were filled with horror. What's going on? The sudden change caused a commotion in all directions, and all living beings felt their hair stand on end. Du Xiaofu's eyes also trembled. It wasn't Fu Yibai or the old lunatic who had attacked, but a mysterious expert. However, it seemed to be targeting the dragons, legalism, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Chapter 1771. If the 9 cauldrons don't gather, the 9 houses won't come out. This is a warning. When the 3 beams of energy descended, a voice rang out. It was the same voice that had been used to repel the evil demon. It came from one of the 5 people, East Immortal, South Ru, West Demon, North Addict, and Central Connection. Shenlong, the 2 St. Martial experts from the School of Legalism and the School of Vertical and Horizontal stared at the sky in shock. East Immortal, South Ru, West Demon, North Addict, Central Connection. Don't you think you've gone too far? Do you really think we dragons have no one? The dragon's Shenlong was already drenched in blood. Fu Yibai had torn off a piece of flesh and scales on his back. It was nothing compared to his enormous body, but it was still particularly glaring. He'd been born as a saint beast and thought he'd be able to shock the world. He'd never imagined that he'd be trampled again and again. One could imagine how he felt right now. Besides, the East Immortal, South Ru, West Demon, North Addict, and Central Connection were warning the 9 houses. It had nothing to do with him, the dragons. However, he'd also been affected and injured. East Immortal, South Ru, West Demon, North Attic, Central Connection. It's not like our 9 houses don't have anyone. The feelings of the St. Martial expert from the School of Legalism were no less than that of the sacred dragon from the Dragon Clan. It was easy to imagine how a St. Martial expert would feel after being slapped in the face as soon as he was born. Whoosh! 2 more beams of energy descended from the sky. They seemed to be silent, but they descended in a way that the St. Martial expert and the Legalism's St. Martial expert couldn't dodge. They carried with them an ancient aura that seemed to be able to affect time and space. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds exploded from their bodies. At the same time, the dragon Shenglong and the Legalism's St. Martial expert both coughed up blood at the same time. They didn't stop. The 9 cauldrons don't gather, and the 9 houses don't come out. All saints of the present age, listen up. The evil demon has awakened, and a great calamity is imminent. The seal on the heavenly devil battlefield is about to be lifted. When the heavenly devil battlefield opens, all saints are forbidden from fighting. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. His calm voice resounded throughout the Chunhuang continent, as well as Kyushu, the Beast Region, Wudong Mountain, the 4 Seas, and every other corner of the world. The voice was unique. Only World Saint Realm cultivators could hear it clearly. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to hear it clearly. However, this voice also resounded in the ears of Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Dai Xingyu, and Ouyang Shuang. Let's go! With that, the haggard holy dragon and the Legalism St. Martial expert immediately flew away. For some reason, they did not stay on the Chunhuang mainland any longer. The bloodline of the School of Legalism, come with me. A rune light that distorted the void fell around Du Xiaojing and pulled him into the void. Stop! A thunderous roar came from Du Tingshuan's mouth. He held a long spear that was covered in lightning. His entire body was covered in lightning, as if a divine dragon was born. He waved his spear, and thunder rumbled. The armor on his body was covered in lightning and electric arcs. The void suddenly boiled, and the sound of the heavens rumbled. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. The spear pierced towards the distorted void. This was Du Tingshuan's all-out attack. He had always been on guard against legalism. He was afraid that legalism would take his daughter away again. He was the first to notice it, and immediately stopped it. Swoosh! Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The spear light landed on the distorted void rune. However, the rune was too strong. It was like a heavenly wall that could not be destroyed. Within the light, Du Xiaojing looked at Du Tingxian. He looked at his brother, who was in front of him. He was enveloped by the light and gradually moved further away. His eyes were resolute. Then his figure instantly appeared in a crack in the void. You still dare to make a move under my nose? The domineering voice penetrated the clouds and cracked the stones. A golden light then shot out from the void and directly swept into the crack in the void. Bang! Bang! The crack in the void suddenly made a muffled sound like thunder. The surrounding runes exploded, causing the sky to tremble. Humph! A muffled sound came from the void. At the same time that the space exploded, a mist of blood spurted out. Then everything disappeared. I was one step too slow. This old legalism bastard escaped quite quickly. The golden-winged rock that was entrenched in the void cursed. He seemed to be a little depressed. Then, as if he suddenly felt something, he looked above the void and said, I didn't make a move. I just blocked it. The sky was calm and there seemed to be no movement. Xiaojing! Du Tingxian stood with his spear. His back was straight. Electric arcs fluctuated around him. His hair danced behind him and his brows were tightly knitted. Today is different from the past. We will go and get mother and sister out eventually. Du Xiaofu came to Du Tingshuan's side. At this moment, the azure spirit armor and golden rock wings on his body were withdrawn. His face was pale. He wanted to stop them, but he was a step too late. He was afraid that he could not stop them. Retreat, retreat quickly. Seeing that the divine ancestor was trampled and fled, Long Tongue, Gong Sanhua, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others were shocked. Then, they did not dare to stay any longer. They led the people of various clans and left quickly. Retreat, retreat quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 clans came quickly and retreated quickly. They disappeared in an instant, retreating in a sorry state. Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian narrowed their eyes. At this moment, after the chaos caused by Fu Yibai, the mysterious East deity Nanru, and the other 4, they did not have the intention to chase after them. Everything that had happened today seemed to hide many secrets of the current world. They needed to digest them properly. Old tortoise, you're not dead yet. The great calamity is coming. Do you want to go and have a good chat? Old bird, you're not dead either. Come to my place and sit. Okay. The gigantic tortoise and the golden-winged great rock, whose black light and golden light filled the air, spoke up. Then they turned into 2 old figures and left at the same time without showing themselves. It's time to plan. After waiting for so long, I don't mind waiting a few more days. I hope your mother and Xiaojing are fine. Du Tingxian said. The armor and lightning spear on his body were withdrawn. With my sister's talent and my mother's legalism, they won't be in any danger, Du Xiaofu said. Congratulations, little guy. Your cultivation has improved greatly. Little guy, if you have time, come visit my school of Yinyang. The void around them fluctuated. Old Monster Xinghan, Icy Ink, Old Man Deepai, and the other experts came forward. They did not treat Du Xiaofu lightly. From the beginning, these 3 great clans had a good relationship with Du Xiaofu. Therefore, they were very casual. Thank you, seniors, for your protection and care. Du Xiaofu bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This made Old Monster Xinghan and the others secretly praise him. Du Xiaofu was also grateful to these 3 great clans. Regardless of whether it was because of Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Sima Muhan, or Qi Yeshi, these 3 great clans had helped him many times. Du Xiaofu had always been a vengeful person. However, he would also repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. He would remember the kindness of these 3 great clans in his heart. You're too polite. It's true that the new generation excels the old. We're old. Old Monster Xinghan laughed. However, there was some awkwardness behind his smile. How could he not know that with the strength Du Xiaofu had displayed earlier, it would not be long before he could only look up to Du Xiaofu? However, the young man before him had only cultivated for less than 30 years. On the other hand, he had cultivated for thousands of years. It was simply infuriating to compare oneself to others. Haha, it's true that the new generation excels the old. Old man Deepai smiled apologetically. His thoughts were different from Old Monster Xinghan's. Behind his smile there was a deep shock. Thank you for protecting my son. Du Tingxian would like to thank everyone. Du Tingxian stepped forward and bowed to Old Monster Xinghan and the other experts. You're too polite. Facing Du Tingxian, who was also a terrifying existence, Icy Ink, Old Monster Xinghan, Old Man Deepai, and the others could only be secretly shocked. The Demon King and his son were too terrifying. After that, the experts from the Taoist and Confucian schools came forward. They also said some polite words to Du Xiaofu. It could be considered that they were trying to rope him in. Du Xiaofu was also very polite. In the divine domain, the people from the Taoist and Confucian schools were also secretly helping him. In particular, they had a good relationship with Kong Sansi. However, the people from the Confucian schools had already left. Among the crowd, the 2 mysterious figures covered in cloaks and hats also left quietly. Amitabha, the divine domain has already closed. We'll take our leave first. An old monk from the Buddhist school spoke. The figures planned to leave, which could be considered as a greeting to the crowd. Among the Buddhist school disciples, Zhu Ling looked at Du Xiaofu from afar and nodded. The 9 scars on his head flickered. After that, he left with the other Buddhist school disciples. In the distant void, there was a tall figure. Around him, there was a faint, baleful aura. This figure gazed into the distance. At that moment, many experts surrounded Du Xiaofu. His eyes opened and closed. They seemed to contain 2 seas of blood. Then the figure disappeared. Jello Kaling helped the old lady to Du Xiaofu's side. She said to Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, I'm going back to the clan to heal. Be careful. If you have time, come back to the clan. Grandma has something to discuss with you. After I've settled everything, I'll go back to the clan to see Grandma and Grandpa," Du Xiaofu said to the old lady. He also bid farewell to the elders. "Good. With your strength, you can already protect yourselves. I'm relieved. However, you still have to be wary of the devil religion and legalism." The old lady then left with the golden-winged great rocks. "Rock Emperor, we're going back to the beast region. If you need anything, just say the word." The 9-headed Phoenix clan behind the Ghost Chariot, the Tiger clan behind the Phantom Tiger King, and a few other experts also bid farewell to Du Xiaofu and left. Whoosh whoosh. After several months, the Chenhuang continent, where the top experts had gathered, finally began to disperse. However, during these few months, everyone knew that the current situation had undergone earth-shattering changes. The desolate nation, which had risen to prominence, had now become one of the strongest powers in the world. With the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, the Violet Dragon Emperor, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Ouyang Shuang, and other top experts, it wouldn't be long before the desolate nation became even more dazzling. Chapter 1772. Little Xingxing, do you want to go back to Wudong Mountain with me? Zixian came to little Xingxing's side. Her graceful figure was elegant and seductive. She was different from Su Muxin. Little Xingxing hesitated for a moment. He looked at Du Xiaofu, then pulled Zixuan's hand and said seriously, "Godmother, I want to be with Father for a period of time. I want to help Father with some things." "All right." Zixian nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu. She looked at Ouyang Shuang, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and the others beside Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered. "When the time comes, I'll bring little Xingxing to Wudong Mountain to find you," Du Xiaofu said to Zixian. He thought of the little Ant Queen. He needed to go to the Phoenix clan to fully recover and might even evolve into an Ant Phoenix. "Anyway, I have to go to the Phoenix clan. I'll go with Father." Little Xingxing smiled and looked at the purple flame, demonic phoenix. "Godmother, why don't you stay with us for a while? We can go to Wudong Mountain together." Zixian looked at Du Xiaofu and then stroked little Xingxing's hair. "I need to go to Wudong Mountain first." "All right then." Little Xingxing was a little disappointed. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, the Phoenix clan also left. There were not many people left in the void. Qi Yeshi, Sima Muhan, and the others came out of the Divine Dominion and also needed to return to the Yinyang School and Mo School. They also bid farewell to Du Xiaofu with reluctance in their eyes. Before they left, old Monster Xinghan, Bing Mo, Elder Di Pai, and the others invited Du Xiaofu to visit their clans again. Phew, when only the desolate country, Ancient Heaven Sect, Stygian Sect, Mysterious Talisman School, and Hahuan School were left in the void, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at the void. "It's been so long. Let's go home." Time seemed to have frozen on the vast plain, and it revealed a ghastly silence. Looking from afar, there was a huge circle in the vast plain. The arc in the middle was divided into 2, forming the 2 extremes of yin and yang. It was faintly discernible, but no one could see it. The floating palace was surrounded by misty clouds. It suddenly appeared like a miracle. Legalism. I'm afraid the school of vertical and horizontal won't let this matter rest. The dragons are also getting restless. The demons are recovering faster than expected. It seems like the problem is more serious than we thought. A figure appeared outside the palace. It was a youth who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. However, there was no immaturity on his face. Instead, it was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. In particular, the young man's eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, seemed to be able to see through space and see past and present lives. Legalism. The school of vertical and horizontal appears to be dealing with that kid. But in reality, they are testing us. From the beginning until now, they have never been truly obedient. The dragons have always been restless. However, with the azure dragon bloodline suppressing them, they are still afraid. The other families also have their own ideas. Some of them are sincerely loyal to the strongest, but there are also some who are acting according to the situation. A middle-aged man stood outside the palace with his hands behind his back. His plain robes could not conceal his ethereal temperament. His eyes silently looked down at the vast and boundless plain below, as if he was thinking about something important. He then looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes and said, "That's why you purposely prevented the saints from making a move. I've secretly observed for a while. With Du Xiaofu's personality, there are many things that he doesn't know. However, I'm afraid that he won't let go of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal in the dragons. This is equivalent to allowing Du Xiaofu to cause trouble. At that time, I'm afraid that some people won't be able to keep calm anymore. This time, their losses are already great enough. Some people have to be warned. Although the dragon god and the strongest have left, they have to fulfill their promises. In this world, there are still people watching them," the young man in plain robes said. "Once the demons completely recover, this world will be unstoppable. The dragon god and the strongest will not appear again," the young man said worriedly. "There have been many changes. Perhaps it won't be as pessimistic as we thought." The middle-aged man in plain robes raised his head. A rare smile appeared on his face. The young man looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes. His eyes moved slightly as he said, "Are you talking about that kid Du Xiaofu? He is indeed extraordinary. However, the dragon god and the strongest couldn't kill those demons back then. Now that the 8 divine thunder cauldrons have fallen into the hands of the demons, I'm afraid that the chances are not high. Moreover, that kid is still very weak now. He needs a long time to grow. I believe that the sovereign and the dragon god have made arrangements," the middle-aged man said. His expression was calm and subtle. He stood there quietly, as if he was the ruler of this world. He quietly merged with the space on the ground. After a while, the young man's eyes were filled with vicissitudes as he spoke again. The devil religion can be considered to have officially appeared. From the aura, that demon has recovered a lot. Those demon envoys and demon emperors probably won't have any scruples anymore. The great calamity has arrived. The seal on the heavenly devil battlefield is getting weaker and weaker. The devil religion is also waiting. They must enter the heavenly devil battlefield, or they will never be able to fully recover. The middle-aged man in plain robes looked at the vast square below and said slowly, "I hope there is still time for that kid and those few changes to grow. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this world will really become a demon domain. The devil religion has been searching for spiritual thunder. I think that it has something to do with that thunder sovereign." The young man looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes and asked, "Back then, there was only one thunder sovereign." The middle-aged man in plain robes also revealed a look of surprise as he muttered softly, "I hope that this world can survive this calamity." The young man's eyes rippled as he muttered softly. The divine domain disappeared, but the world was no longer calm. Kyushu and the Beast region were all in an uproar. Sage realm experts made a move. Demons appeared, and the divine lightning cauldron fought. When these news spread, it shocked the world and spread like a storm. Did anyone obtain the greatest opportunity in the divine domain? What is the greatest opportunity in the divine domain? Some people were discussing and guessing. They didn't know who obtained the legendary greatest opportunity in the divine domain. but they didn't know if anyone had obtained it. The desolate country is no longer the same as before. Just the Nirvana Supremes alone have a lot of them. The demon king Du Xiaofu is rumored to have reached half-step Nirvana rebirth. He has the divine lightning cauldron. How powerful is he? It's said that the demon king Du Xiaofu killed legalism, dragons, and all the supreme geniuses from the school of vertical and horizontal. I heard that even the experts of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal were all killed by Du Xiaofu when they entered the divine domain. They suffered heavy losses. With such a loss, I'm afraid that the luck of the 3 clans has already been affected. From now on, it will plummet. The discussions in the world were like a storm, accompanied by an invisible, tense atmosphere, as if a storm would descend at any moment. Desolate country, Stone City. The Rock Emperor is back. Third Master is back. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Stone City was boiling with activity as the Imperial City was crowded with people. Third brother, you're finally back. It's great that you're back. In the main hall of the Du family, Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong looked at the handsome, middle-aged man in front of them. Although they looked calm, anyone could feel that the 2 of them were trembling with excitement. I've made Big Brother and Second Brother worry. The Du family has also made Big Brother and Second Brother worry. Du Tingxian was apologetic. Among the 3 brothers, he had always been the one who worried the Du family the most. All these years, the Du family had been taken care of by Big Brother and Second Brother. We're brothers. Moreover, without you and Xiaofu wandering outside, the Du family would not be where it is now. Du Jixiong said, Third brother, you have a good son. Du Jixiong smiled. Today, the desolate country's disciples had returned from the divine domain. His third brother had also returned home. Naturally, there was nothing happier than today. Chapter 1773. After Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City, he immediately went into the ancient barren space to heal himself. In the battle with Mo Sha, although he had suppressed Mo Sha, he had used up quite a bit of his energy. Just the consumption of the cyan spirit armor was enough. With the protection of the azure spirit armor, the immortal Xian body, and the great success divine body of the golden winged rock clan, Du Xiaofu's defense was like adding wings to a tiger. However, Moksha's strength was extraordinary, causing Du Xiaofu to suffer a lot of injuries. Walala! Golden light rippled and mysterious runes flickered. Du Xiaofu did not consume any elixirs or spiritual medicine. His injuries did not require the help of elixirs or spiritual medicine. At this moment, he was at the half-step rebirth nirvana realm and could not progress any further. Du Xiaofu's Xian Qi was already full, and his primordial spirit was also full. Consuming elixirs or spiritual medicine to heal himself would waste a lot of benefits. There were other people in the ancient barren space. At this moment, the mysterious king dragon, Little Ying, Chioli, and the others were comprehending the pair of true dragon horns that Du Xiaofu had obtained. This time, the barren country's paragons who had entered the divine dominion space had obtained many benefits and treasures. They also took out some treasures that they did not need and gave them to the other barren country disciples. Xiaojing, is the greatest opportunity really with you? In the ancient hall of legalism, a group of elders were shocked, and their gazes fell on Du Xiaojing. The old honorable lord of legalism, the current honorable lord, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others were also among them. Qila! In Du Xiaojing's hand, palm-sized pieces of ancient white jade flew out. They shone brightly and rained down light in the hall. Finally, a blurry figure was revealed. Whoosh, whoosh! These blurry figures held long swords, and streaks of sword radiance flew out. They looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they were profound and complicated. Ah! In the hall, an elder screamed. The streaks of sword radiance made people feel as if they were struck by lightning. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it. Those with insufficient talent and cultivation will not be able to see it. At the head of the hall, the legalism sacred ancestor had just returned from the Chun Huang continent in a horrible state. His face was pale as he stared at the streaks of light shooting out from the illusionary figures. They were sword techniques that could shock the world. "Child, can you let me take a look at this item?" The divine ancestor of legalism looked at the sword radiance, sword scripture arts, deep eyes. "I'm a member of the school of legalism. Naturally, I can let the sacred ancestor study the sword art." Du Shaojing looked divine ancestor, said divine ancestor of heavenly divine, heavenly saint ancestor said. "Yes," the divine ancestor nodded. His eyes rippled as he said, "You belong to the school of legalism, and so does your mother. Stay in the school of legalism. Our school of legalism's orthodoxy is firm and indestructible. Your talent is peerless, and we will allow you to sweep through the present and surpass the ancient times." With that, the divine ancestor took the sword radiance with excitement and left a message in the hall. "I will go into seclusion again. Before I come out, legalism will not appear in the world. Farewell, divine ancestor." In the hall, everyone bowed and sent the divine ancestor off. Du Shaojing's hair fell to his waist. His eyes were as clear as the stars, but there was a hint of fluctuation in the depths of his eyes. After a few days in the ancient, desolate space, Du Xiaofu walked out. His injuries were healed, and his face was ruddy. Legalism and school of vertical and horizontal must pay the price. After a while, Du Xiaofu sat in the main hall of the Du family with a cold glint in his eyes. There were not many people in the main hall of the Du family. There were only the core members of the Du family, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Zhen Qingchen, Elder Lei, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao, Yi Piaoling, Miameng Wang, Thunderhawk King, and Yi Wuming. There are saints among those big families. It's hard to cross unless we can take that step. Du Tingxian sat upright, his handsome face slightly solemn. The saint realm was like a huge mountain that stretched across their eyes. It seems that Dongxian and Nan Ru said that saints are not allowed to fight before the heavenly devil battlefield opens. Little Xingxing said and looked at Du Tingxian in confusion. When did they say that? Du Tingxian was confused. He had never heard of it. We haven't heard of it either. Yi Piaoling, Yi Wuming, Mo Tianxiao, and Du Yunlong shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of it either. I heard it. I have something to say. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang said. They were sure. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall was confused. They were all in the Chunhuang mainland. Why did some people hear it and some not? From the looks of it, not everyone can hear it. However, I'm sure that those Saint Realm cultivators can't act as they wish at this moment. After a while, everyone said after a discussion, if that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of those saints for the time being. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He had also heard those words that day. There are saints in legalism. I'm afraid they won't let your mother and Xiaojing out now. We don't have much of a chance now. Du Tingxian was a little disappointed. He had thought that his family could be reunited after coming out of the divine dominion. However, in the face of a colossus like legalism with a Saint Realm expert was still an unshakable mountain, even though legalism had been hurt time and time again. Not necessarily. We have to do something. Otherwise, legalism will really think that we can't do anything to them. Du Xiaofu spoke, the corners of his mouth curling up in a cold smile. The most important thing is to get your mother and Xiaojing out, Du Tingxian said. Of course. I've already thought of something. At least, we can't let legalism have it easy. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Could it be? Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu and seemed to have thought of something. His sharp eyes suddenly surged with coldness. In Kyushu, uproot all the converted forces of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Du Xiaofu said this was the plan he had in mind for the past few days. Eliminating all the converted forces of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal in Kyushu would be enough to hurt legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal again. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Elder Lei to supervise this operation, Du Tingxian said to Elder Lei. There won't be a problem for those below the Saint Realm. Elder Lei nodded. This operation will be called Operation Thunderbolt. Du Xiaofu's eyes were faintly golden, and his killing intent was undisguised. The mountain peak was layered and messy, but it was majestic and strange. At this moment, Du Xiaofu appeared on this mountain peak. He remembered that this was the place where his drunkard father had told him everything. The inky blue sky seemed to have been washed by clear water. It was fresh and clean, gentle and solemn. It was also very similar to the weather of that day. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt different when he appeared on this mountain again. He was no longer as sad, bitter, angry, and emotional as before. Time passes quickly. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and handed the flagon to Du Xiaofu. He looked beyond the mountain range. It was vast and boundless, and there was another taller mountain. It's not that fast. Du Xiaofu took the flagon and took small sips. It still tasted the same. Your mother will be very happy to have a son like you. Du Tingxian turned around and looked gently at Du Xiaofu. I hope that it won't be long before our family can be reunited. Du Xiaofu took a big gulp of wine this time, and there was some emotion in his eyes. It will. At least it's getting closer. Du Tingxian said, they were very, very strong in the past, but now they are only very strong. I said that I would overturn them. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly, but his fists were clenched tightly. In his mind, he recalled his mother's heart-wrenching cries and struggles. What flowed out were tears of blood. Your father is very useless. He has to rely on his son to pick up his woman and daughter. Du Tingxian took the flagon that Du Xiaofu held tightly and took small sips. If you say that, I will feel a little embarrassed. Du Xiaofu smiled. Du Tingxian glanced sideways and rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. Afterward, the father and son sat on a rock, their windbreakers fluttering in the wind. They drank wine and talked about some irrelevant things, including their experiences over the years. From Du Tingxuan's words, Du Xiaofu learned that Jinlei Tensei's inheritance had indeed fallen into the hands of his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu felt that his drunkard father made it sound easy to obtain Jinlei Tensei's inheritance, but it was likely that in order to obtain the inheritance, he would have to go through an astonishing trial. How could Jinlei Tensei's inheritance be so easy to obtain? After obtaining Jinlei Tensei's inheritance, his cultivation had risen to the sealed domain realm, so it was difficult for him to make much progress in the god domain. Therefore, outside the god domain, he had destroyed his cultivation and started cultivating again. Du Xiaofu was a little speechless at his perseverance. His drunkard father's ferocity was extraordinary. As for Elder Lei, he had been Jinlei Tensei's mount and had been able to survive until now because he had sealed himself. The 8 lightning figures that had been following him were actually 8 puppets left behind by Jinlei Tensei. Their strength was around the domain realm, but if they joined forces and formed a formation, they could fight against a domain realm cultivator. Chapter 1774. It wasn't until dusk that father and son left. Third young master, Jiangchun, is here. When Du Xiaofu returned to the Du clan, Little Tiger, Du told him that Jiangchun had come. He's here. Du Xiaofu was surprised. What level have you reached? Why can't I see through you? In the side hall of the Du clan, Little Xingxing's clear eyes flickered with faint golden flames. He carefully examined a man in purple robes, then pouted. You must have become a golden growler, right? Rumor has it that golden growlers can kill dragons and swallow clouds. Everywhere they go, they leave a trail of red. It's terrifying. Why don't we compare ourselves? As a dragon, Little Xingxing had heard rumors that golden growlers could kill dragons. He wasn't convinced and wanted to test himself. The man's eyes were deep, and his rebellious eyebrows rose slightly. He looked at Little Xingxing and pursed his lips. "You have the aura of a true dragon, as well as the aura of a phoenix and a black tortoise. I don't want to compete with you." "What if I insist on competing with you?" Little Xingxing glared at Jiang Qin. "You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you," said Jiang Qin coolly. His handsome profile was flawless, boring. Little Xingxing rolled his eyes at Jiang Qin helplessly. "Actually, I just wanted to see for myself how strong golden growlers are," said Du Xiaoyao curiously, sizing up Jiang Qin. Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing were already very familiar with Jiang Qin. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin's cold, unapproachable demeanor, few people would dare approach him, much less joke around. "You'll have the chance," said Jiang Qin, his voice calm. "What are you doing here?" Their voices traveled into the side hall. Du Xiaofu strode in. He'd heard Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's voices long ago. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? He was dressed in dark purple robes, a man who could move the hearts of all women. Du Xiaofu had no idea when Jiang Qin had left after the divine domain had closed. Now that Jiang Qin had come to the desolate country, Du Xiaofu felt quite confused, so he asked about it. "I was just walking around. I passed by this place, so I came to take a look." Jiang Qin looked around the side hall and said to Du Xiaofu, "The desolate country is now famous. Should I congratulate you?" Du Xiaofu plopped his butt down next to Jiang Qin. "There's no need to congratulate me. Rumor has it that a great tribulation is imminent. When the time comes, the world might become a demonic realm. I'm afraid that if we can't stop the tribulation, it'll be difficult to find a place to survive. The great tribulation of heaven and earth has nothing to do with me. I am an evil demon in the eyes of the world. The demon domain might be more suitable for me." Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu for a moment, then continued, "If the legendary great tribulation of heaven and earth really does come, as an evil demon, will you and I have to face it head-on?" Du Xiaofu looked at Jiang Qin with a serious expression, but soon after, a smile appeared on his face. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still early, but I'd like to know exactly what level of strength you've reached." Jiang Qin raised his head slightly and didn't say anything else. His long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said calmly, "From the looks of it, you seem to have run into some trouble. Do you want me to help you? Consider it repaying the favor I owed you." When he heard this, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He smiled slightly and said, "All right." Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that, perhaps because he was a zombie, he couldn't see through Jiang Qin's strength. However, his strength was definitely extraordinary. Jiang Qin had probably long since reached the level of a golden roar. Rumor had it that zombies were special existences. Some were even immortal and could enter and exit the two realms of yin and yang. They could travel up the 9 heavens and down the netherworld. It was clear how terrifying zombies were. A few days later, at the center of the ancient heaven sect, many experts of the desolate nation gathered. More than 2,000 figures had gathered. The 18 heavenly guards, Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, Du Hao, Du Shui, the silver-winged demonic eagle, the Black Dragon King, the Guqin Demon, Yunzhan, and other experts of the desolate nation had gathered. That astonishing aura quietly spread out. At this moment, Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, Venerable Golden Rock, the ancient domain master, and the Heavenly Phoenix domain master all gasped. With such a lineup, which force above Kyushu could resist? How long has it been? The desolate nation has already reached such a level. Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes were filled with ripples at this moment. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of the desolate nation with his own eyes. From the beginning, the desolate nation was weak. Now, all the sovereign sky prides had appeared. In just a dozen years, the desolate nation's growth speed was too terrifying. The ancient domain master and the heavenly phoenix domain master looked at the figures of Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Gu Tianxiao, and Du Shaoqing. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. They were the elders of the ancient heaven sect. But now, in front of the younger generation, they were ashamed of their inferiority. The venerable Golden Rock was already in the domain realm. Strictly speaking, he was already the Golden Rock domain master. Looking at the figures in front of him, he muttered softly, "Kyushu is about to change." This time, the desolate nation's experts who had come to the ancient heaven sect were at least in the martial royal realm, beast emperor realm, and 6-star spiritual talisman masters. There were more than 2,000 of them. Most of them were ferocious beasts from the Heavenly Beast Hall. The Heavenly Beast Hall already had many ferocious beasts, including Gui Che, Inglong, Raging Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and other terrifying existences. This time, Thunderhawk King and Miameng King had brought out many kings of the ancient demonic beasts from the deity domain, and they were all in the beast domain realm. In front of the desolate nation's lineup, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Dai Xingyu, Little Xingxing, Elder Lei, Zhen Qingchen, Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Heavenly Wolf, Gu Tianxiao, and Yi Piaoling were waiting in front. Boom! Amidst the continuous mountain range, a spatial wormhole in the valley was activated. The glyph array was dazzling and flashed with runes. Looking at the spatial wormhole in front of them, Du Xiaofu said, "According to the information we receive, the School of Legalism and School of Vertical and Horizontal have converted forces in the other 8 prefectures. There are a total of 64 forces that can be named. Let's act according to the plan." "Hanzhou is mine," Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao said. He then rushed into the spatial wormhole, followed by Mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, and dozens of other experts from the Heavenly Beast Hall. "Ning Prefecture is mine. Let's take a walk around," Thunderhawk King and Miameng King said. They led Yun Zhan, Bing Feng, and hundreds of other figures into the spatial wormhole. "Lan Prefecture is ours," Du Xiaoyao said. She turned into a golden light and left with Phantom, Bloodvine, Du Hao, Du Gui, Du Hao, Du Shui, and hundreds of other figures. "Leave Wanzhou to us," said Yi Piaoling. The 18 celestial guards, Qiu Li, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and hundreds of other figures entered the spatial wormhole one by one. "Yu Prefecture is mine." Little Xingxing rushed into the spatial wormhole. Behind him were the Divine Ape King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind Cloud Eagle King, 3-Headed Lion King, Lightning Wolf King, and other experts of the Beast region. "Cloud Prefecture is closer to me. I'll take some people there." "See you then," said Jiangqin. Then his figure flashed, a faint murderous aura swirling around him as he rushed into the spatial wormhole. "Go," said Du Tingxian. The 8 lightning puppets rippled with light, then entered the spatial wormhole as well. "I'll go to Thunder Prefecture personally. Elder Lei will keep watch. If something unexpected happens, it won't take long for him to rush over," said Du Tingxian, a sharp glint in his eyes. "All right." Elder Lei nodded. "We have to do something. Legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal. It's time to pay the price." Du Tingxian raised his head slightly, his hair fluttering. Finally, he rushed into the spatial wormhole. Whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew into the spatial wormhole, then slowly disappeared. Chapter 1775. Looking at the figures disappearing into the wormhole, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The faint golden light in his eyes contained purple electric arcs, revealing a sharp killing intent. It seems that there is no need for the ancient heaven sect to do anything. Sima, taking looked at the entrance of the wormhole that had disappeared. His eyes were deep and dignified. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled bitterly, looking at the figures of the desolate country entering the wormhole. Sima Taking knew that with the desolate country's current lineup, there was no need for this kid to go personally. Just how powerful was the Kyushu? I am already very grateful that the Manchu is willing to help with the wormhole. Du Xiaofu smiled at Sima Taking, Venerable Golden Rock, the Ancient Moon Domain Master, and the Tianfeng Domain Master. As for the Ancient Heaven Sect's help, Du Xiaofu felt that this matter should be related to the desolate country and legalism. It was better for the desolate country to deal with the matter of the school of vertical and horizontal. Therefore, he did not even inform the Golden-Winged Rock clan. In addition, the Ancient Heaven Sect was related to the school of Mo after all. It was a converted force of the school of Mo. Du Xiaofu was already very grateful for the school of Mo's constant help and did not want to implicate the school of Mo. With the desolate country's current strength, Du Xiaofu felt that it would be enough to send troops to the 8 continents and sweep away the converted forces of the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal if nothing unexpected happened. The resources used to open the wormhole are yours, so there is no problem. Sima Taking smiled when he heard this. The huge amount of resources used to open the wormhole was also provided by the desolate country. Otherwise, the Ancient Heaven Sect would not be able to bear such a consumption. Sima Taking was more or less aware of Du Xiaofu's thoughts. With the desolate country's current lineup, the Ancient Heaven Sect could not help much. It seems that the desolate country also needs to build a wormhole. Du Xiaofu muttered as he gazed at the empty and misty wormhole within the valley. Talisman symbols flickered everywhere like twinkling stars. A wormhole could only be constructed by an array talisman master who is at least an 8-star talisman master, or even a 9-star array talisman master. Moreover, a wormhole could not be constructed by an ordinary 8-star or 9-star array talisman master. It contained a lot of ultimacy and was extraordinary. Opening a wormhole would consume a lot of energy. The more people there were, the more energy it would consume. Furthermore, there was the need to maintain the wormhole. This time, the desolate country had sent out all their elites. Du Xiaofu felt the pinch as well. The resources required for 2,000 people to travel through the wormhole was absolutely enormous. It was comparable to several sacred items. However, this expedition to the 8 prefectures was not a vacation. Du Xiaofu calculated that after cleaning up the battlefield, the harvest should be able to balance out the huge consumption of resources from the wormhole. Xiaofu, what are your plans for this period of time? Do you have any other arrangements? Looking at Du Xiaofu's contemplative appearance, Gu Qingyang asked his beloved disciple. He thought that Du Xiaofu was thinking about something. If Sima Taxing, Gu Qingyang, Venerable Golden Rock, and the others knew that Du Xiaofu was not thinking about the 8 prefectures, but whether he could recoup the resources he had consumed, their expressions would definitely be very ugly. After coming out of the divine domain, Gu Qingyang had also stepped into the domain realm. He appeared even more aloof and had the temperament of a super expert. Master, I plan to cultivate in seclusion in the Ancient Heaven Sect for a few days. Du Xiaofu said to his master, Gu Qingyang. Then he turned to Elder Lei and said, Elder Lei, I'll leave the matters outside to you. I'll have to trouble you. No need. You can rest assured and cultivate in seclusion. Elder Lei smiled faintly. He had experienced the most turbulent years and had seen countless ancient heaven's prides. He was also shocked by the young man in front of him. Thank you, Elder Lei. Du Xiaofu saluted. This was Jin Lei Tensei's mount from ancient times. His drunkard father also respected it. Du Xiaofu learned from his drunkard father that Elder Lei was at the half-step sage realm. Otherwise, with Elder Lei's physical body, even if he had sealed himself in ancient times, he would not have been able to survive until now. The half-step sage realm was incomparable even to his half-step rebirth realm. The word sage was enough to explain everything. It was the strongest expert under the sage realm, the top existence of the present age. Although there were sage realm experts in this world, how many sage realm experts could there be in the 9 great families? A moment later, in the ancient Heaven Sect's mountain courtyard. This could be considered Du Xiaofu's home in the ancient Heaven Sect. Even if Du Xiaofu was not in the ancient Heaven Sect, this place was still well preserved, and disciples would often come to clean it. This place was even one of the ancient Heaven Sect's historical sites. All the new direct disciples would come here to have a look. This was the place where the demon king Du Xiaofu had cultivated. He was the leader of the 12 divine heroes. He had slain dragons and slaughtered demons. How domineering was he? Even the hearts of new disciples would sway. As the youngest martial uncle of the younger generation in the ancient Heaven Sect, Du Xiaofu's various deeds in the ancient Heaven Sect had become legends. The world pavilion that Du Xiaofu had created and left behind had always been in the ancient Heaven Sect. However, its name had already shaken the central continent, and it had also spread to the Kyushu. Xianyuan elixir, berserk elixir, puppets, weapons, these products of the world pavilion were above Kyushu. Now, not only were they useful, but they also represented one's status and identity. Martial Uncle Du has returned. I saw him. It's definitely Martial Uncle Du. Rumor has it that in the Divine Dominion, Martial Uncle Du swept through his peers and suppressed all the supreme talents. He even killed the primordial spirit avatars of the top experts of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. This time Martial Uncle Du brought many experts to the desolate country and went to the wormhole. It seems that the desolate country has a big operation this time. Where is Martial Uncle Du? Where did he go? Martial Uncle Du is so strong at such a young age. It would be great if we could get some guidance from Martial Uncle Du. If we want to get guidance from Martial Uncle Du, we might have a better chance after joining the World Pavilion. The World Pavilion was built by Martial Uncle Du. Every time Martial Uncle Du returned to the sect, he would go to the World Pavilion to take a look. If we have the chance to see Martial Uncle Du, he might even give us some guidance. It's a pity that it's not easy to join the World Pavilion now. In the Ancient Heaven Sect, the disciples were in an uproar. The return of the Demon King, Martial Uncle Du, was definitely a grand occasion for the disciples of the Ancient Heaven Sect. At this moment in the Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Xiaofu entered the ancient desolate space in the courtyard on the mountain peak. This was the Ancient Heaven Sect. With Elder lay around, Du Xiaofu could enter seclusion without worry. In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, deep in thought. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, it's time to pay the price. After a while, Du Xiaofu murmured softly, a sharp smile on his face. Walala! Then purple electric arcs rippled in Du Xiaofu's palm, and the purple thunder profound cauldron flew out. 36 rays of black and gold light surged out, and as the runes flowed, they broke free from the suppression of the purple thunder profound cauldron. Chapter 1776. The divine territory closed and the grand event came to an end. In Kyushu, some people were happy while others were gloomy. The sects whose disciples had obtained fortuitous encounters in the divine territory were secretly excited. As for the sects and families whose disciples had perished in the divine territory, they could only sigh inwardly. The sects and factions that could nurture disciples into the divine territory were definitely not unknown in Kyushu. The appearance of the last saint realm expert in the Chunhuang mainland shocked the world. However, the miraculous appearance of the 2 super experts, Fu Yibai and Crazy Ol, shocked the world even more and spread the news. With the appearance of the evil spirit, 5 mysterious experts, known as East Deity, South Scholar, West Demon, North Addict, and Zhongtong, secretly took action to resist the evil spirit. With the impending calamity of the world, Kyushu was shrouded in an invisible, oppressive atmosphere. 3 days later, in this oppressive atmosphere, Han Province, Siu Sect. Suddenly, wind and clouds surged in the sky. Roar! In an instant, the roars of beasts were like heavenly thunder. 1,000-foot-long black cloud, scarlet, flood, dragon coiled in the void, and a huge stone tortoise soared across the sky. Rumble. The earth shook, the mountains shook, the rivers surged, the mountains and rivers shattered, the earth cracked, the peaks collapsed, the void was torn apart, and the talisman arrays were unstoppable. This was a massacre. Instantly, rivers of blood flowed in the Siu Sect as screams and howls filled the air. Who dares to barge into my Siu Sect? My Siu Sect is a sect that has converted to legalism. Do you want to die? Several old figures rushed into the sky from the mountains. Their roars were like thunder as their auras soared into the sky, and their light was dazzling. We are killing those who have converted to legalism. Their voices were like thunder as a heavenly wolf descended. With lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it swept in all directions with unparalleled momentum, destroying everything. The old figures were no match for it and could not withstand a single blow. Some wanted to escape with their primordial spirits, but they did not get their wish. Morning, Chishan Sect, Ning Province. The sun rose in the morning. Suddenly, the clouds were covered and dark clouds gathered. The early morning sky, suddenly, the wind and clouds surged. Roar! Woo woo! Suddenly, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Over 100 terrifying, vicious beasts filled the sky. Vicious birds took to the sky, blotting out the sun as they appeared. A huge thunder eagle soared through the sky, spreading its wings for thousands of feet. A mewing bird spread its wings, burning everything. These vicious beasts crossed the void and destroyed everything. No one could stop them. Lanzhou noon. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Gate of Tianyu. Walala! Suddenly, a baleful aura spread out in the space, and lightning seeped out from the void. A golden-clothed youth appeared. He exuded the aura of a king, and his eyes fluctuated with golden light. He was naturally intelligent. A graceful and moving woman appeared beside the golden-clothed youth. Her bright red silk dress dragged on the ground, and her beautiful black hair was only tied up with a few bright red hair ribbons, outlining her beautiful figure. Her face was as elegant and clear as a budding lotus flower, but it also contained a hidden charm. Beside the two of them, there was a man with a baleful aura and many young men and women with purple lightning around them. There were hundreds of figures, and these people were Du Xiaoyao, Phantom, Du Hao, Du Shui, and the others. They came from the Ancient Heavens sect to Tianhuang mainland, and then through the wormhole to Lanzhou. There are experts coming. They don't have good intentions. Set up the array. From within the gate of Tianyu, an old voice hurriedly sounded. Several old figures soared into the sky, and their auras were vigorous. Rumble! In an instant, talisman runes soared into the sky, and the air in the surrounding space fluctuated violently. Suddenly, the space trembled, and strong winds howled in the sky. The space was chaotic, and a powerful talisman array appeared in midair. Can't even withstand a single blow. Break! Du Xiaoyao spoke, and her voice traveled across the sky. She waved her hand, and golden light spread out like the beginning of the world. Along with the aura of chaos, it destroyed the huge talisman array like a hot knife through butter. Walala! The talisman array shattered, and the space was chaotic. The violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado, and it swept across the world. Kill! As the talisman array shattered, Phantom, Bloodvine Demon, Du Shui, and the others charged out from the void. Boom! In an instant, a murderous aura filled the sky. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Screams came from within the gate of Tianyu, and blood rained down. It was earth-shattering. Wanshou, dark underworld mountain. Screams and howls filled the air like a demonic domain. Blood mist filled the sky, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed, and the rocks were dyed red. Kill! Yi Piaoling, the 18 heavenly guards, Zhen Qingchen, Du Yunlong, Qiu Li, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger appeared on dark underworld mountain. They swept away everything in their path, and they slaughtered with iron blood. Roar! The reddish-gold dragon soared through the void, and it appeared above the golden dragon gate of Yu province. Roar! Beast roars were like thunder. 1,000 zhang long fire flood dragon floated in the void, and several hundred zhang tall giant apes stood tall like mountains. Light erupted from them. A silver leopard roared, and it was as if the moon had descended. A vicious eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. 3 fierce lions roared, and their roars echoed through the 9 heavens. A giant wolf was covered in arcs of lightning, and thunder rumbled. Inside the golden dragon gate, there were broken walls everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Baleful Qi soared to the heavens. Pack up, we're going to the next one. The reddish-gold dragon's voice resounded in the void. It flapped its wings, and a divine light burst out. Then it turned into a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. She wore a reddish-purple starlight skirt, and there was a faint golden flame dancing in the depths of her eyes. There was an inverted mark between her eyebrows, and the aura she exuded was unconcealable. It was enough to cause one's soul to tremble. Cloud Province, Sky Tyrant Sect. At dusk, the sunset covered the sky, and the sun set in the west. Suddenly, in the void, a wisp of black cloud floated over from the golden sunset. Then, the void between heaven and earth dimmed. Walala! Gradually, from the void, a boundless, baleful Qi lingered, and it began to affect heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world fell into darkness. It made one's soul tremble. What's going on? Inside the Sky Tyrant Sect, many figures rushed out. There was an old figure floating in the air, and his expression changed greatly. Awoo! Suddenly, from the boundless, baleful Qi, there were countless roars and hisses. Many figures revealed their intimidating eyes, and a majestic, baleful aura turned into a tidal wave that rushed over. The overwhelming, baleful aura was like a dark cloud hovering in the sky, terrifying to the extreme. Woo-woo! Countless strange figures appeared, covering the sky and earth. They raised their heads and hissed, as if they were praying to the moon. Slowly, above the void, a man in a reddish-purple robe stood on top of a floating golden coffin. His posture was elegant, and his pair of deep black eyes were like black holes, mesmerizing others. Kill! The man in the reddish-purple robe raised his head slightly and said indifferently, Woo-woo! In an instant, the strange figures that blotted out the sky rushed out, enveloping the Sky Tyrant Sect. Chapter 1777. Shang State, Huangming Castle. Rumble! 8 lightning figures suddenly appeared in the sunny morning. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void as if they were bringing about the end of the world. In the sky above Huangming Castle, bolts of lightning exploded and shook the surroundings, causing the ground to crack and the mountains to crumble. Instantly, countless cries of agony were heard as figures were instantly destroyed into nothingness by the lightning. Not even a mist of blood could be seen. Bang, 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 bang. 8 mysterious lightning figures appeared in Huangming Castle. Their figures shuttled through the void and exploded like 8 terrifying lightning balls. No one could stop them. The talisman formation could not withstand a single blow and was destroyed easily. It's the puppets! Someone in Huangming Castle shouted in panic. Several old figures rushed into the sky and tried to resist the domineering lightning figures. Die! Die! The eyes of the 8 lightning figures seemed to contain a sea of lightning as they let out sharp and merciless roars. Wherever the 8 lightning figures passed, Everything was destroyed and dazzling lightning arcs exploded. Bang, bang! The old figures in Huangming Castle could not resist at all and were directly destroyed. Their souls were destroyed in horror. Even until their deaths, the disciples and experts of Huangming Castle could not understand what kind of existence they had offended for them to be massacred so fiercely. In a short period of time, the entire Huangming Castle was filled with blood, and everything was turned into ashes. Countless charred corpses were piled up as if a great calamity had occurred. It was hard to escape this calamity. It was a ghastly sight. Thunder State, Sky Sun Sect. Those who convert to legalism, except for the old and the weak, women and children, kill everyone else. Du Tingxian appeared outside Sky Sun Sect. His hair danced in the wind as lightning erupted from his body. He waved his sleeves and destroyed the talisman formation. Kill! Countless figures rushed out from Sky Sun Sect. There were demonic beasts roaring and Dharma artifacts flying through the air. Destroy! Du Tingxian swept through the void as dazzling lightning arcs wreaked havoc around him. It was a sight to behold. Du Tingxian, you've gone too far. At the same time, someone in the Sky Sun Sect recognized Du Tingxian. Their anger soared to the heavens, and their hearts trembled with fear. Back then, someone from the Sky Sun Sect had seen Du Tingxian on the Chenhuang mainland. Quick, inform the experts of legalism to come and help. An old figure shouted, his voice echoing throughout the Heavenly Sun Sect. Boom! Suddenly, many experts and old voices moved as well. Their figures pierced through the void, and terrifying power erupted. They rushed to the sky in anger and surrounded Du Tingxian. You're no match for him. Du Tingxian exploded with thunder and lightning. Purple electric arcs burned brightly as the murderous aura filled the air. With his own strength, he swept through several tyrannical experts. His killing intent soared into the heavens and shook the surroundings. This type of intense battle was terrifying, making the void collapse and mountains and rivers turn into ashes. However, it didn't take long for the top experts of the Heavenly Sun Sect to be killed by Du Tingxian before they even had a chance to escape. Their blood splattered across the void. Kill! Killing intent shot to the heavens. Du Tingxuan's eyes were sharp as he stepped into the void and released endless power. The entire Heavenly Sun Sect was soon surrounded by endless thunder and lightning. His killing intent overflowed and destroyed everything. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder resounded as if a lightning tribulation was descending from the heavens. In a short period of time, the dignified Heavenly Sun Sect, one of the top forces of the Thunder Continent, was cleansed of blood. Only a few weak elderly women and children with low cultivation level survived. Legalism. After the ruckus caused by Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged Great Pun Clan's old Lady Garuda, everything had returned to normal. After the Divine Dominion space was closed, the Legalism clan couldn't be happy. It was as if there was an invisible aura of oppression. Some of the younger generation knew a little about what happened to legalism. They had heard some rumors, but they didn't dare to ask too much. All the elders were on alert, and those who asked too much would be punished severely. What happened in the Divine Dominion space was forbidden in the Legalism clan. Wanzhou's Onyx Mountain requesting help. Ning Prefecture's Heaven-Shaking Sect in danger. Lei Prefecture's Heavenly Sun Sect in danger. Yu Prefecture's Purple Feather Sect requesting help. In an ancient hall of the House of Vertical and Horizontal, there were dozens of large and small jade stones. Mysterious runes filled the air, and an ancient aura lingered in the air. Crack, crack. However, at this moment, the ancient jade stones began to crack. The old supremacy and the current supremacy were shocked, and their expressions turned serious. This is premeditated. The forces that converted to legalism are requesting help at the same time. Someone is forming an alliance to deal with our legalism. The old supremacy spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it was filled with anger, attacking the sects that converted to legalism and digging out the fate of our legalism clan. This is trying to destroy our legalism. Could it be Du Xiaofu? The current supremacy's expression changed greatly. The first person he thought of was the person that the entire legalism clan didn't want to mention. Other than that person, who else would dare to treat legalism like this? Are they trying to destroy our legalism clan's fate and dig out our legalism Tao Foundation? Go to the various prefectures and personally investigate. Qin Tianshi was alarmed, and he walked out of seclusion. Successively, the converted forces sent out signals for help. If the converted forces were destroyed, it would undoubtedly destroy the entire legalism clan's fate and dig out its Tao Foundation. Qin Tianshi had no choice but to come out personally. On the other hand, Li Qinfa's injuries were too serious. He had yet to come out of seclusion, and he needed time to recover. Old ancestor, that East immortal Nanru, and the others said that our 9 families can't come out. The divine ancestor also said that he has yet to come out of seclusion. Legalism won't come out during this period of time. The current supremacy's expression was solemn, and his gaze was complicated as he spoke to Qin Tianshi. This is a big matter. Legalism has no choice but to come out. However, you guys have to go there personally. There's no need to alarm too much. Quickly. Qin Tianshi's gaze was extremely cold as he asked, "Is there any news from Wanzhou's Onyx Mountain?" Old ancestor, Wanzhou's Onyx Mountain has also sent a request for help. The supremacy spoke. He wasn't surprised that the old ancestor would ask about Wanzhou's Onyx Mountain. It was rumored that the old ancestor had a deep friendship with Onyx Mountain when he was in the mortal world. There were even rumors among the higher-ups of legalism that the current direct descendants of Onyx Mountain, which could actually be considered as legalism's people, were all from Qin Tianshi, the old ancestor's descendants. At this moment, Qin Tianshi's old ancestor took the lead to ask about Onyx Mountain's situation. This made everyone more certain that there was wind in an empty cave. Sometimes rumors weren't false. "Bastard, I'm going to Onyx Mountain personally." Qin Tianshi roared when he heard that something had happened to Onyx Mountain. In this world, there was a hidden void world filled with blazing hot air. Countless spiritual flames were born, and spiritual qi was abundant. This was a treasured land and also the foundation of the school of vertical and horizontal 9 families. It gathered great luck and was extraordinary. How could this be? Several sects that converted are asking for help. This is premeditated and organized by someone. My school of vertical and horizontal. Quick, send people to the sects that converted. Someone wants to touch my school of vertical and horizontal's back door and dig out my school of vertical and horizontal's luck. They want to exterminate my school of vertical and horizontal. We can't let them go. Who is so bold to want to dig out my school of vertical and horizontal's luck? Kill without mercy. The school of vertical and horizontal was already shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Many old figures echoed in the ancient hall. The expressions of many elders and experts changed greatly, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Experts go out and investigate. Quick! Then many old figures personally flew out from the school of vertical and horizontal and disappeared into the void, crossing the 8 continents. Chapter 1778. As the shocking news spread, the desolate country's experts had already left for their next target. Oh my God, those people are too strong. They are terrifyingly strong. It's too shocking. Corpses are everywhere. It's a massacre. Those are the desolate country's experts. I've seen it with my own eyes. The factions that were massacred only dared to approach after the desolate country's experts had left. They were trembling in shock. Whoosh, whoosh, above the vast mountain range, hundreds of figures appeared in the void. Their auras were concealed, but the formless auras distorted the surrounding void. Among the hundreds of figures, many young men stood tall and straight, like sharp spears. Baleful aura fluctuated, sharp and terrifying. These figures were Yi Piaoling, the 18 guards, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Qiu Li, and the other desolate country experts. Stop! Qiu Li, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others waved their sleeves at the same time and stopped in the void. Behind them, streams of light rippled. Whoosh! As the crowd stopped, the void in front of them suddenly trembled. Waves of vast waves swept over. Runes spread out in the sky and shone in all directions. It was as if a god was descending. Under that terrifying aura, Du Yunlong, Qiu Li, Yi Piaoling, and the others looked up. They felt a great pressure and influence in their hearts. In just an instant, a figure appeared in the distant sky. He was surrounded by bright runes like a sun in the sky. Expert, very strong. Yes. Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and Qiu Li frowned. Their expressions turned serious. Did you guys destroy Onyx Mountain? The voice resounded, and the resplendent light on the figure dissipated in midair. An old man's figure appeared in the void. The dragon robe he wore had a lifelike golden dragon embroidered on it. It was as if he was a living creature. An invisible aura around him suppressed the heavens. The old man's voice was like thunder. It carried an invisible force that caused the hearts of the hundreds of experts from the desolate country to tremble. The profound chi in their bodies froze, and their primordial spirits trembled. Some of the weaker disciples from the desolate country could not even stand steadily in the air and almost fell from the sky. Legalism, Qin Tianshi. Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling's expressions changed when they saw the old man. Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others naturally knew who the old man was. He was one of the ancestors of legalism, Qin Tianshi, a supreme expert who was already at the Overlord realm. Yet he had actually appeared here. Dark Underworld Mountain was destroyed by us. It will be the next one's turn soon. After recovering from the shock, Yi Piaoling's black clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows relaxed a little. Murderous aura rippled in her pitch-black eyes. A bloody aura permeated the air. There will be no more legalism believers in Kyushu. This is the revenge of my desolate country and my Du family. This is the price you have to pay for legalism. Du Yunlong spoke. After recovering from the shock, he calmed down like Yi Piaoling. Lightning rippled from his body, and purple arcs of lightning shot out from his eyes. The desolate country. Good, good, truly good. Qin Tianqi laughed heartily in the void. However, this kind of laughter made people feel uncomfortable. Ha! As he laughed, Qin Tianqi's old face became ferocious. Veins appeared on his face. His aura began to ripple, causing the air to tremble. The disciples from the desolate country turned pale and trembled. You destroyed Dark Underworld Mountain and dared to touch my legalism. Go to hell. Qin Tianqi's voice caused the air to rumble. He had seen Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and the others. They were all supreme geniuses of the desolate country. They destroyed Dark Underworld Mountain and touched the foundation of legalism. How could he bear it? His hatred for the desolate country was as deep as the ocean. His killing intent was no longer concealed. Not good. In an instant, the hundreds of experts from the desolate country trembled from the bottom of their hearts under that terrifying aura. Facing an existence like Qin Tianshi, they felt insignificant. It was difficult for them to even have the strength to fight back. Chila. At this moment, Du Yunlong waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a golden light swept out from the air. Lightning rippled and flashed in the air. Boom! At this moment, the air was filled with dazzling lightning arcs. A vast aura suddenly appeared in the air. Feeling this aura, Qin Tianqi's eyes trembled. He stared at it. As the silver-gold lightning arcs erupted, a silver-gold figure appeared in front of Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling and Qiuli. It was shining brightly. It was a human-sized golden ape. It was born with spiritual eyes. Deep in its eyes, there was a sea of lightning. Red-bone horse monkey, a primordial spirit avatar. Suddenly, Qin Tianshi recognized the golden ape. It was the red-bone horse monkey. At this moment, Qin Tianshi had seen through the red-bone horse monkey. It was just a primordial spirit avatar. It could not escape his eyes. At this moment, the red-bone horse monkey looked exactly the same as Du Xiaoyao. In reality, there were many differences. Its figure was slightly illusory, and its body was wrapped in lightning arcs. It lacked a kind of chaotic qi. However, its body was filled with vigorous primordial spirit energy. It emitted several types of spiritual thunder aura. Du Xiaofu, you still dare to appear! In the next moment, Qin Tianshi felt that the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit avatar had Du Xiaofu's aura. With his hatred for Du Xiaofu, how could he be wrong? In an instant, Qin Tianshi stared at Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar. His dazzling eyes emitted a faint light. Killing intent surged. The light was dazzling like a god descending. Old man, you still dare to leave legalism? The red-bone horse monkey spoke. It was Du Xiaofu's voice. This was indeed Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar. It was condensed from a strand of primordial spirit energy. Just like how Li Qinfa and Long Ting dealt with him, Du Xiaofu was imitating them. While he was in seclusion, it did not prevent Du Xiaofu from sending out a primordial spirit avatar. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. The desolate country's elites had all come out to eradicate the school of legalism and the school of legalism. When the school of legalism and the school of legalism received the news, they would definitely intervene. This made it impossible for Du Xiaofu not to be on guard. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would have followed him personally. With the strength of Qiuli, Yi Piaoling, and second brother Du Yunlong, it was more or less enough to sweep through the school of legalism and the school of legalism. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he was definitely not enough to deal with the school of legalism and the school of legalism. His own primordial spirit avatar following him was the trump card that allowed Du Xiaofu to remain in seclusion in the ancient heaven sect. Little bastard, a primordial spirit avatar dares to be so arrogant? Fine, I'll destroy your primordial spirit avatar today. When Qin Tianshi saw Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy. He was just worrying about not being able to deal with Du Xiaofu. Now that Qin Tianshi saw Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar, if he could kill it, it would be equivalent to making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to advance in the future. His primordial spirit was greatly damaged. This was a heavy injury among heavy injuries. Naturally, he was overjoyed. I'm afraid you're still not enough. Facing Qin Tianshi and feeling the vast and terrifying qi of Qin Tianshi, Du Xiaofu's reply was extremely indifferent. There was even a hint of conceit and mockery. Little bastard, you're courting death. Qin Tianshi was furious. He felt Du Xiaofu's conceit and mockery. His primordial spirit avatar also did not put him in his eyes. The dragon robe on his body shone, and the golden dragon seemed to be alive. It let out a dragon roar that resounded through the void. I've already said you're still not enough. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar shook his head. He looked at Qin Tianshi and said mockingly, Is your cultivation at the late stage of the Overlord realm or at the peak of the Overlord realm? You should have been stuck at this level for a very long time. I'm afraid you're not fated to reach the sainthood in this lifetime. However, it's useless even if you reach the sainthood. The sainthood of your legalism won't be able to withstand a single blow. You're like an ant. Qin Tianshi's eyes darkened when he heard Du Xiaofu's mocking words. He was clearly referring to how the Shang legalism's sacred ancestor had been abused on the Chenhuang mainland. His face was twisted to the extreme. He condensed all his anger and killing intent into a single word: die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianshi moved. The talisman runes around him erupted and turned into a world. It caused the universe to revolve and the mountains and rivers to move. Rumble at that moment, the entire Wanzhou province shook. How powerful was the Overlord Realm expert's attack? The space within a radius of tens of thousands of li was enveloped. The grand aura appeared and the sun, the moon, and the stars shook the universe. Chapter 1779. Another expert has arrived in Wanzhou. At this moment, many old figures in the ancient lands of Wanzhou were alarmed. The commotion in Onyx, Underworld Mountain, could not escape the domain realm experts of Wanzhou. They had long known that the desolate country was behind it, so they only watched from afar and pretended not to know anything to avoid getting into trouble. However, such a huge commotion was too great, making the top experts of Wanzhou unable to sit still. One figure after another broke through the air. Little bastard, it's just a spirit clone. You're courting death. In the void of the mountains, there was no delay. Qin Tianxi snorted coldly without any hesitation. With the momentum, it was as if a part of the world was collapsing. The vast void was distorted like a fried dough twist. Huff, huff! There was no chance of escape in the face of such a terrifying and mighty attack. Everyone was shocked and on tenterhooks. At this moment, even Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qiu Li, and the others frowned secretly. An existence like Qin Tianxi's cultivation could be said to be heavenly. It was too terrifying. Just as everyone in the desolate country was gasping and keeping quiet out of fear, Du Xiaofu's spirit clone, the red-bone horse monkey, had a cold smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, a brocade box appeared. Then, a crimson ball the size of a baby's fist wrapped in purple lightning appeared in the hands of Du Xiaofu's spirit clone. This ball was crystal clear like glass, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this small ball was surrounded by a pitch-black spatial halo. It was deep and boundless, making one's soul tremble with fear just by looking at it. Let's see who's going to die. I'll kill you! A faint voice came out from the mouth of the red-bone horse monkey. Suddenly, a murderous intent shot out from Du Xiaofu's thunder spirit eyes. With a flick of his finger, the scarlet ball that was wrapped in purple electric arcs suddenly shot out. Chi-la! The ball wrapped in purple lightning arcs swept through the air and immediately turned into a blurry purple and red afterimage. It rushed like lightning towards Qin Tianshi, who was rushing over with great momentum. This crystal-clear crimson ball, wrapped in lightning, was none other than the blazing thunderbollet that Du Xiaofu had obtained from the Lord of the 3,000 Worlds in the Divine Realm. According to the Lord of the 3,000 Worlds, even a peak master realm cultivator would not be able to withstand a single blazing thunderbullet. Du Xiaofu did not want to waste such a treasure, but at this moment Du Xiaofu was merely a Yuan Shin avatar. If he had encountered a peak Grand Dominion Realm expert, he wouldn't have used the blazing lightning bullet. At this moment, Du Xiaofu dared to fight against a peak Grand Domain Realm cultivator with just his Yuan Shin avatar. However, Qin Tianxi was not to be underestimated. He might be a late-stage Master Realm cultivator, or even a peak Master Realm cultivator. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had an irreconcilable enmity with legalism. With Qin Tianxi's cultivation and status in legalism, Du Xiaofu would not feel that a single blazing thunderbollet was a waste if he could kill Qin Tianxi. If he could kill Qin Tianxi, it would be an absolute deterrent to legalism. Boom! As soon as the blazing thunderbollet appeared, the entire space was filled with a blazing, destructive energy. The blazing energy was very strange. It was like the origin energy of the heavens and earth. As for that destructive energy, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that it was the aura of the purple gold Xian lightning. With the purple gold Xian lightning exploding in the sky, purple lightning arcs crisscrossed and covered the entire sky. Swoosh! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's Qin Tianxi's blazing thunder bullet retreated rapidly with a malicious smile on his face. Boom! Boom! Qin Tianxi stirred up the wind and clouds of the heavens and earth. Accompanied by the momentum of the heavens and earth, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The runes of the talisman crisscrossed brilliantly. The heavens and earth cracked, the void collapsed, and the mountains below broke apart. How shocking was the scene! Qi, the blazing thunder bullet, swept through the sky, covered with purple gold Xian lightning, and directly swept into the distorted void. The raging flame thunder bullet rushed over, and Qin Tianxi's expression suddenly began to change. How powerful was Qin Tian's momentum! He could naturally feel that the scarlet afterimage that was covered with purple lightning arcs contained a majestic and terrifying violent energy and destructive aura as it rushed over. When the scarlet ball wrapped in lightning arcs pierced through space, it brought along an increasingly hot and violent destructive energy that spread out, causing Qin Tianxi's heart to suddenly feel a chill for no reason. Feeling such a change, Qin Tianxi stared at the red ball wrapped in lightning arcs above the sky. The more it expanded, the more terrifying the blazing, destructive energy erupted. The entire void suddenly trembled, and the majestic, blazing destruction could be filled. It could not be suppressed in his magic potential, like a volcano about to erupt. Not good. What is this? At the moment, Qin Tianxi's face suddenly surged with shock and horror. Feeling the majestic and blazing destructive energy, Qin Tianxi was quickly horrified, and his eyes revealed absolute uneasiness and fear. Such a blazing destructive aura, as powerful as her, at this moment, Qin Tianxi's heart was also frightened, and a chill gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Under this absolute dangerous aura, Qin Tianxi could not care about dealing with Du Xiaofu's blazing thunder bullet. The momentum of the heavens and earth wanted to block the strange ball, and the figure began to escape like a ghost. Under the absolute dangerous aura, Qin Tianxi did not hesitate to escape. To be able to become one of the top powerhouses in the world, Qin Tianxi relied not only on his talent and strength, but also on his cautious character. The risks that should not be taken, Qin Tianxi would never take risks. But it was too late. Qin Tianxi wanted to tear the space and retreat. At this moment, it was too late to escape. Qi La! In an instant, the raging flames burning thunder bullet instantly flashed and expanded in the space of Qin Tianxi's spell. The strange phenomenon of the void in the sky was dyed red and purple by the arc, and the air was evaporated clean. The crimson light with the invisible flame and the destruction of the purple, gold, profound thunder, like a meteorite impact. Rumble, purple lightning arcs, and crimson light swelled. The rich and scorching destruction energy suddenly reached a terrifying level. The surrounding space of several thousand feet was distorted. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying, scorching destruction energy storm swept out from the distorted space. In the next moment, the raging flame's thunder bullet exploded in the space of Qin Tianxi's spell like an atomic bomb. There was a continuous sound of sonic booms, and suddenly in the sky, like thunder, reverberating in the sky at this moment, Qin Tianxi's eyes were full of horror, and his expression changed greatly. He seemed to feel something, and his pupils began to shrink. Pung, pung, pung! The raging flame's thunder bullet completely exploded, and the terrifying, blazing, destructive energy storm swept out. The sound of thunder reverberated in the sky. The space was exploding, and the void was blasted open, revealing the dark void. It was as if a black hole was opened, and it could swallow everything. Qin Tianxi's terrifying attack, the spell suppressed everything, and the strange phenomenon in the sky. At this moment, the shadow of the stars was collapsing and falling. The shadow of the beasts was exploding, and the runes were broken. It was unstoppable and was blasted open. Walala! The blazing energy was released, turning into monstrous flames and monstrous purple arcs. It contained an extremely terrifying blazing energy storm, and it swept out in all directions in an instant. The space ripples were directly overturned into pitch-black space cracks. The space was chaotic, and the line of sight was blurred. It was as if the arc of light enveloped the space and intertwined with the sky. Rumbled, the mountains on the earth were also exploding. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain peaks were swept up and directly razed to the ground. The ground cracked, and the gravel turned into fine powder. Goo goo! As the terrifying, blazing, destructive energy wreaked havoc. Everyone in the distance looked on with horrified gazes. At this moment, in the distant void, many old figures had already appeared. Those were the top experts of Wanzhou, and they were also horrified. In that chaotic space, it was difficult for these old figures to clearly peek inside. That destructive and scorching lightning energy caused their hearts to palpitate. Walala, the terrifying energy ripples surged, destroying everything. In a short period of time, the terrifying energy was swallowed by the black, hole-like void. Then, everything began to disperse and calmness was restored. Qila! When everything had calmed down, the void recovered a lot, and Qin Tianxi's figure appeared in the void. At this moment, Qin Tianxi's eyes were dull, and he had lost his spirit. His body was covered in an ancient and strange armor, like the hard scales of a fierce beast covering his body. However, the armor on Qin Tianxi's body was obviously an ancient treasure, but for some reason it did not have any light, as if it had become a kind of ordinary scale. There were also faint purple arcs of lightning flowing on the armor. Ka, however, as the purple arcs of lightning flowed, the scale armor on Qin Tianxi's body also cracked, and there were even more blazing and resplendent arcs of lightning drilling out from it. From the inside to the outside, there was a qila sound as if the flesh was also cracking. Pung pung, it was a long story, but in fact it was also in an instant. After the scale armor on Qin Tianxi's body cracked, under the horrified gazes of everyone around, his body directly exploded. Pung pung pung, Qin Tianxi's body turned into a bloody mist, and in an instant there was a bright light that drowned the void. Such a super expert, one of the ancestors of legalism, Qin Tianxi, such a person, with his cultivation, was enough to rank among the top experts in the world. Looking at the world, how many people could be compared to him? However, such an expert was blown to pieces in front of everyone's eyes, causing everyone to be horrified in an instant. Chapter 1780. Qin Tianshi is dead. At that moment, Yu Piaoling, Qiuli, and Du Yunlong, who had retreated a long time ago, were stunned. It was as if a world had exploded in front of them. Destructive energy rippled in all directions, and Qin Tianshi's physical body had exploded. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar, the red-bone horse monkey's body, narrowed its eyes after Qin Tianshi exploded. Arcs of lightning surged. Qila! In the pitch-black space that had exploded, pitch-black spatial cracks rippled. Resplendent light erupted, and origin spirit power spread through the void. A palm-sized ball of light appeared, but it emitted light that filled the void. The faint image of a dragon entrenched in golden light could be seen. In the end, the ball of light turned into the infant-sized Qin Tianshi. The light was dim, but it was still dazzling to ordinary people. The image of a dragon fluctuated. It was the imperial palace's dragon qi that had fused with the origin spirit, allowing it to receive the protection of the world. The aura around the infant-sized Qin Tianshi distorted the void. His expression was ferocious and furious, but it was also filled with shock and despair. That's the origin spirit of the patriarch of legalism, Qin Tianshi. In the distance, the experts of Wanzhou were shocked. The great patriarch of legalism, Qin Tianshi, had actually had his physical body blown apart. Only his origin spirit remained. He actually still has his origin spirit left. It has something to do with the armor and the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar could see the true form of the red-bone horse, monkey's body. Qin Tianshur's armor was a saint artifact, and he also had the Imperial Palace's dragon chi, allowing him to receive the protection of the world. Qin Tianshur should have been at the peak of the Lord Realm and was extremely close to the Saint Realm. That was why his physical body had been blown apart by the Raging Flames bomb. But he had some means to preserve his origin spirit. However, under the prying of Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar, Qin Tianshur's origin spirit had suffered heavy injuries, even though it had survived. Origin spirit, huh? Kill. In a short moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar, the red-bone horse monkey's body, had already rushed out. Silver-gold electric arcs fluctuated, which was the nemesis of primordial spirits. It directly attacked Qin Tianshur's primordial spirit. "Little bastard, I will never let you off." Qin Tianshur's voice was filled with incomparable resentment. His primordial spirit emitted a faint cold light, but his primordial spirit body turned into a rainbow and fled quickly. The flesh body exploded, preserving the body of the primordial spirit, but as Du Xiaofu expected, Qin Tianshur preserved the primordial spirit, but the primordial spirit also suffered heavy damage. Sensing the spiritual thunder aura on Du Xiaofu's body, Qin Tianshur had long known that Li Qinfa and the other soul avatars had been devoured by Du Xiaofu. He was afraid that the little bastard still had some means to restrain the power of the soul. Furthermore, there were still experts like Old Lei in the desolate country. If they were to rush over, it would be a disaster. As such, how could Qin Tianshur dare to stay? He didn't even dare to fight Du Xiaofu's essence soul avatar. He didn't have much strength left to fight against Du Xiaofu's essence soul avatar, so he immediately fled. "Where do you think you're going?" Du Xiaofu shouted, and his essence soul avatar immediately chased after Qin Tianshur. He didn't want to let Qin Tianshur's primordial spirit go. Then, under everyone's gazes, they saw a shocking scene. Qin Tianshur was an existence that few people in the world could match. However, at this moment, not only was his flesh body destroyed, his primordial spirit was also being chased by Du Xiaofu's essence soul avatar. One primordial spirit, one soul avatar. The two figures instantly disappeared into the void. The surroundings returned to peace, but the area within a radius of an unknown number of miles had been razed to the ground and turned into nothingness. The terrifying energy of the explosion was too terrifying, and it could destroy everything. This is the desolate country taking revenge on legalism. The world is already changing. An old figure floated in the void far away. At this moment, his eyes were deep, and his face was rippling with unconcealable shock. He had also been on the Chanhuang mainland, and he had even entered the divine realm later on. Naturally, he knew Du Xiaofu's essence soul avatar and Qin Tianshur. "I'm afraid legalism doesn't have much luck left," said a beautiful middle-aged woman. She was an existence of the older generation. Her aura was powerful, and her eyes sparkled. She was very otherworldly. In the surrounding void, the experts from Wanzhou also had complicated expressions on their faces. Behind the void, the desolate country's experts who had retreated slowly came to their senses. Even Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the others didn't expect that Du Xiaofu's essence soul avatar would have such a terrifying item that could directly blow up Qin Tianshur's body. Just a moment ago, an existence like Qin Tianshur's essence soul would have been completely destroyed. Third brother's essence soul avatar will be fine. There's no need to worry. The plan needs to be changed, Du Yunlong said. Then he and Yi Piaoling exchanged a glance, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Their eyes suddenly swept across the experts from Wanzhou floating in the void, and they said, "Seniors of Wanzhou, The desolate country has no intention of interfering in Wanzhou, nor do we have any intention of targeting you. We only want to eradicate those who have converted to legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Seniors who have nothing to do with this, please excuse us. The desolate country thanks you." As his voice rang out, it resounded through the void. The expressions of the old figures in the void changed slightly, but they weren't surprised. They immediately continued to retreat as if in tacit understanding. However, among them, there were also several figures who were stunned in the void, their expressions changing abruptly. In the entire Wanzhou, there were not only converts to legalism, but also converts to the 9 great families. The situation in the entire Kyushu was similar. There were forces that the 9 great families had cultivated and supported outside. They were called converts. For example, in Zhongzhou, the ancient heaven sect was a convert to the school of Moism, and the immeasurable sect was a convert to the school of Buddhism. If one wanted to establish a foothold in Kyushu and become one of the top forces, it would be impossible to gain a foothold without a backer. And these converted forces were the foundations of the 9 great families outside. Generally, in each province, the 9 great families would have a major supporting force. For example, the Onyx Mountain was the main convert to legalism in Wanzhou, and it was also the foundation of Wanzhou. These matters were secrets to the common people, but to experts who had reached a certain level, they were no longer secrets. At this moment, those stunned figures came from another major force in Wanzhou. They hadn't converted to legalism, but they were converts to the school of vertical and horizontal. The experts from the converted forces of the school of vertical and horizontal in Wanzhou already knew that the Onyx Mountain had been destroyed. However, they had only guessed that the desolate country was dealing with legalism. Although they had been vigilant at this moment, they truly understood that the desolate country wasn't only dealing with legalism, but also the school of vertical and horizontal. They wanted to eradicate all the converted forces of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Kill. In this short period of time, while those figures were still in a daze, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qiu Li, and the others had already pounced forward. From the information gathered by Li Shui from the World Society, there was information on the experts from the converted forces of the school of vertical and horizontal in each province. Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qiu Li, and the others wouldn't be mistaken. This was the original plan. If they killed the converted forces of legalism or the school of vertical and horizontal and attracted the attention of the other party, they would first kill the other party's experts before destroying their foundations. Rumble, Yi Piaoling, Qiu Li, Du Yunlong, and the others suddenly burst forth and pounced forward. Not good. The expression of the converted expert from the school of vertical and horizontal changed drastically. His aged face was filled with horror. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. He was immediately stopped, and a fierce battle immediately unfolded. The surrounding Wanzhou experts watched from the sidelines. None of them interfered. They didn't want to provoke the desolate nation. In the divine domain, the demon king and his son were already terrifying enough. Moreover, they had the backing of several other forces. The school of Mo, the school of Yinyang, and the school of agriculture were allies of the desolate nation. As for the school of Taoism, legalism, and Confucianism, they didn't interfere. At this moment, these Wanzhou experts naturally wouldn't interfere. They couldn't afford to provoke the desolate nation. Rumble. Another great battle broke out. Yi Piaoling, the 18 celestial guards, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Qiu Li, and the others were no longer as strong as before. Let's fight! Some of the aged figures weren't weak either. They activated their meridian spirits. Beast shadows roared and ferocious birds soared into the sky. There were Dharma artifacts and Tao artifacts that swept across the sky. Sword radiance filled the sky and sliced through the void. There was a golden bell that was a pinnacle Dharma artifact that spun with resplendent light. It was engraved with talisman runes, and the faint sound of the bell could shake one's soul. It transformed into ripples that sounded like the roar of a demon god. Bang, bang, bang! The mountains collapsed, and the messy ground exploded one after another. Kill! Du Tingxian activated his thunder martial vein and enveloped the heavenly dragon shield. The battle saber in his hand sliced through the void, and the killing aura swept across the sky. Kill! Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, and the rest of the 18 celestial guards formed an array. Their terrifying aura swept across the area like a demon god descending. Roar! Qiu Li's true form was a horned dragon. It twisted the void and roared endlessly, shaking the heavens and earth. Although these converted experts from the school of vertical and horizontal weren't weak, they couldn't withstand the attacks of Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and Qiu Li. The desolate nation's supreme talents are too terrifying. The experts, watching from the void wall, were shocked. They widened their eyes and stared at the battlefield in shock. The situation in the other continents was similar. The School of Legalism and the School of Vertical and Horizontal had sent experts to investigate. They intercepted the desolate nation's team halfway. In the void of Han continent, a middle-aged expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal appeared. He stopped Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianshao, Stone Turtle King, Black Dragon King, and dozens of others. You're only in the domain realm, right? Fight! Mo Tianshao sensed the aura of the domain realm expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He wasn't afraid at all. His eyes were even filled with battle intent as he pounced forward. Humph! The middle-aged man was furious. His scorching aura burst out like heavenly fire. He was about to fight Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianshao. The demon has appeared. Kyushu is in chaos. The great calamity is coming. The 9 cauldrons are not gathered. The 9 families are not out. Can't you remember? However, at this moment, a faint voice sounded. At the same time, a terrifying aura trembled in the sky. It froze the space and imprisoned the School of Vertical and Horizontal's young expert. Sizzle! A dazzling ray of light fell on his body like a bolt of lightning. It was as if a divine thunder had descended from the heavens. Bang! As the ray of light fell, the body of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's domain realm expert exploded. His divine soul was destroyed. The ground around him cracked and shattered. How terrifying! Sizzle! Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianshao stopped. He didn't say anything, but his heart trembled violently. That terrifying aura made him feel small and insignificant. He couldn't resist it. In the vast plains of Ning continent, an old man in a long robe appeared in front of Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, Yun Zhan, Bing Feng, and hundreds of other figures. Chapter 1781. Desolate countries, vile creatures, you dare to touch my legalism? Today is the day you die. The long-robed old man was furious. He had chased them all the way here and blocked the Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. His entire body was wrapped in light. It wasn't the power gathered from legalism's magic, but a vigorous origin spirit aura. This long-robed old man of legalism was a spirit talisman master, a 9-star spirit talisman master. He had a mysterious and ancient pressure that came from an ancient sect, like legalism. The Thunderhawk King and Miameng King had felt this mysterious and ancient origin spirit pressure from Du Xiaofu before. It seemed to be related to spirit roots. Just a 9-star domain realm. What are you being so arrogant for? The Thunderhawk King sneered. He was fearless. Although he was only at the Nirvana realm, he was a Nirvana realm sovereign. The Thunderhawk King had tempered himself in front of the mysterious light screen in the Death Canyon. Although his results weren't as good as Mo Tianxiao's or Du Xiaofu's, he still gained a lot. After being together with people like Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianxiao, who could kill opponents above their level for a long time, the Thunder Eagle King didn't pay much attention to this 9-star talisman master from the legalism school. Moreover, there was still the Miameng King by his side. Vile creature, I'll take you as my mount. Otherwise, I'll kill you today." The 9-star spirit talisman master of legalism was furious. If such a Nirvana Thunderhawk could become his mount, he could spare his life. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't let him go. "Kid, you're courting death." The Thunderhawk King replied. Lightning instantly spread out in the space around him as he was about to make a move. The Thunderhawk King had lived for a few thousand years. The 9-star spirit talisman master in front of him might not be older than him. "Thunderhawk King," the Rock Emperor said not to be reckless. "Act according to the plan." Miameng King spoke and blocked the Thunderhawk King. With a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent silver-gold bolt of lightning immediately shot out. A majestic and vigorous aura of the soul swept out. Amidst the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder, an adult-sized red-bone horse monkey appeared. The red-bone horse monkey's body was slightly illusory. Innate spirit art master of legalism. Its spirit talisman master of legalism had a spirit root aura. There was an ancient pressure as it emitted a white divine light. BZ many Ning provinces experts from Ning provinces Nin province were Nin province. Many Ning provinces tranquil province. Many experts from Ning province in the Ning province experts from Ning province Ning province Ning province nations Ning province nations their new Ning's face nap Ning's native origin origin soul souls origin soul. So at this moment, the legalism spirit talisman master's face couldn't help but fiercely twitch after his gaze changed. The legalism spirit talisman master had seen Du Xiaofu's origin spirit before. At this moment, he recognized it at the first moment. The red-bone horse monkey's figure was definitely Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar, Rock Emperor. Along with the appearance of Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar, the Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Yunmu, and the others bowed as they were secretly shocked in their hearts. Before they had come to the Ning Plain, when the Du family had set off, Du Xiaofu had already split off 2 clones of his soul and given them to them and Du Yunlong, just in case the experts of the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal heard the news and hurried over when they cleared out the organizations that had converted. At this moment, when they saw the experts from legalism coming over, the Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. The Rock Emperor's prophecy was indeed godly. He had really attracted the experts from legalism, and this was indeed Du Xiaofu's arrangement. Those converted forces were legalism, the foundation of the school of vertical and horizontal in the outside world. Once they were eliminated, it would be equivalent to digging up their fortune for the school of legalism and vertical and horizontal. With such an important matter, even though the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal had the prohibition of the 9 cauldrons gathering and the 9 families not appearing, they would still send experts to interfere. The Thunderhawk King, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others were enough to sweep through the 8 provinces by themselves. However, if they still had to deal with the experts from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism, they definitely wouldn't be enough. Therefore, these soul avatars were arranged by Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu had only separated 2 origin spirit avatars and handed them to the relatively weaker teams of Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling, as well as the teams of the Thunderhawk King and Miameng King. Du Xiaofu felt that the 2 origin spirit avatars were relatively few. However, back at the Du family, he had already shocked Elder Lei. At their level, although they could use soul avatars, they would usually only use 1 origin spirit avatar. They wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Putting aside the fact that if something happened to the origin spirit avatar, it would be equivalent to burying one's cultivation future and destroying one's foundation. Moreover, there weren't many people who could use 2 origin spirit avatars. If someone knew that after Du Xiaofu used 2 origin spirit avatars, he still felt that he could continue to separate origin spirit avatars. How shocked would they be? Legalism, a 9-star domain realm talisman master. When Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar flew out and sensed the aura of the long-robed elder, he immediately knew the latter's identity. Facing someone from legalism, Du Xiaofu wouldn't be polite at all. To Du Xiaofu, a 9-star domain realm talisman master was something that he dared to directly fight against with his origin spirit avatar. Rumble! In just an instant, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the sea of thunder was already rippling. Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar, which had fused with his origin spirit avatar and bloodline avatar, was about to pounce towards the former. It's just a origin spirit avatar. Du Xiaofu, my legalism will definitely not let you off. The long-robed elder said gloomily. If Du Xiaofu's real body came, he would definitely be afraid. However, at this moment, it was only Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. In the depths of his heart, the elder even wanted to take this opportunity to kill or capture Du Xiaofu's origin spirit avatar. Boom! The long-robed elder's aura erupted, causing the void to resonate with the heavens and earth. A 9-star domain realm talisman master was definitely among the super experts in the world. This time he had come for the conversion forces in the Ning province. This was enough to show how important these conversion forces were to legalism. The evil demon has appeared. Kyushu is in chaos. The great calamity is coming. The 9 cauldrons will not gather, and the 9 families will not come out. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out from the void. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly trembled from the sky, solidifying the space. A vast force immediately imprisoned the 9-star domain realm talisman master of legalism. Swish! In the next moment, a dazzling ray of light, like a thunderbolt, fell on the old man in the robe of a 9-star domain spiritual talisman master. It was like a divine thunder falling from the sky. Bang! As the ray of light fell, the body of the long-robed talisman master of legalism directly exploded, and his soul was destroyed. A black hole appeared in the surrounding void. As the energy spread to a certain distance, it suddenly stopped. This is a warning. Warning! Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at the depths of the void. His expression did not change, but his heart trembled fiercely. That terrifying aura made him feel small in his heart. At this moment, what shocked Du Xiaofu the most was that he seemed to feel a pair of eyes looking at him from the depths of the void. However, that feeling soon disappeared. It seems that the current world and the 9 families are not the only ones who are not allowed to take action. The 9 cauldrons will not gather, and the 9 families will not come out. Someone is guarding the oath from ancient times. Looking at the depths of the void, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Rock Emperor, who is it that took action? Thunderhawk King and Miameng King waited for a short moment before recovering from their shock and trembling, and they arrived by Du Xiaofu's side. They were still secretly astounded, as merely the aura of the aftermath of the vast force that descended from the heavens earlier had crushed them to the point they felt tiny in their hearts and were unable to resist it. It could be one of the Eastern deity, Southern scholar, Northern addict, Western demon, and Central deity. It could also be the guardian of an ancient oath. Du Xiaofu lowered his head slightly and felt that the aura in the void had completely disappeared. He looked around. At this moment, almost all the top experts of Ning Prefecture had gathered here, attracted by this astonishing movement. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the experts of Ning Prefecture who were floating in the void. Within Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit avatar, silver gold arcs of lightning flickered in his eyes. His voice sounded, "Seniors of Ning Prefecture, the desolate nation has no intention of interfering in Ning Prefecture. It is just some personal grudges. I'm sure everyone knows that I'm only here for the converted forces of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Please excuse me. Du Xiaofu thanks you." As for the converted members of the school of vertical and horizontal, please don't leave. Du Xiaofu's voice resounded through the void. The expressions of the aged figures in the void changed slightly. Rock Emperor, you're too polite. The Golden Spear sect still has to thank the Rock Emperor for his help in the divine domain, an old man with a smile on his face said. He was the ancestor of the Golden Spear sect of Ning Prefecture. He had learned about Du Xiaofu's help in the divine domain from Bailey Wuya. At this moment, he immediately retreated with a few other old figures. Rock Emperor, please do as you wish. At the same time, many old figures in the void retreated. They were the ancestors of various forces related to the school of Moism, the school of agriculture, the school of Buddhism, and the school of Taoism. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they had absolutely no intention of interfering at this moment. Moreover, the arrival of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar was undoubtedly equivalent to the arrival of Du Xiaofu himself in Ning Prefecture. How could the ancestors of these forces not know what kind of existence they were? Even if they really wanted to stop Du Xiaofu, they would not be able to stop the demon king Du Xiaofu with their strength. Moreover, once they provoked the demon king Du Xiaofu, this demon king dared to even kill the ancestors of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal in the dragons. When the time came, they would not even know how they died. As the experts tactfully retreated, there were less than 10 figures left in the void. Their auras were powerful, and they were filled with light, like the stars and the moon hanging in the distance. They were the forces that had converted to the school of vertical and horizontal. At this moment, their faces began to twitch ferociously, and their deep eyes surged with shock. Chapter 1782. Kill! Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit avatar took the lead and attacked. The World Society had collected information on the top experts related to the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal in Ningzhou. Now that these people had been alerted, they had to kill them all. Otherwise, if they escaped, there would be trouble in the future. Kill! Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, Yun Zhan, Bing Feng, and other terrifying existences also charged out. Rumble! A shocking battle immediately began. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and beast roars like thunder filled the sky. The demons have appeared. Kyushu is in chaos. A great calamity is coming. The 9 cauldrons will not gather. The 9 families will not appear. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. At that moment, the Lan Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, Lei Prefecture, and other places all issued such warnings one after another. A frightening aura trembled in the heavens as a lightning-like energy pillar descended and killed several elderly figures, after which it came to an abrupt stop. Gulp, gulp, the experts of the various states gasped in shock. These people from the school of vertical and horizontal can't appear. In Lanzhou, Du Xiaoyao's golden robes glowed. His eyes shone with golden light. Beside him, the phantom, Bloodvine demon, and the others clicked their tongues. Boring. I thought a stronger opponent would come. In Yuzhou, little Xingxing raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. Then he scanned the surroundings and said, "Idlers, disperse. I will only deal with the converts of the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism." Roar! As soon as little Xingxing finished speaking, the divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind Cloud Eagle King, 3-Headed Lion King, Lightning Wolf King, and other experts roared and attacked. In Yunzhou, Jiangqin was surrounded by a faint murderous aura. He looked into the depths of the sky. He felt a pair of eyes watching him from afar. After a long time, the eyes disappeared. Idlers retreat. Converts of the school of legalism die. Then he looked at the old figures gathered in the sky. Behind him, the countless figures wailed like ghosts and gods. In the sky above Shangzhou, a lightning ox that was over 10 m in size was covered in dazzling arcs of lightning, and its body was covered in thick azure-colored scales that seemed like scales. Moreover, it rippled with arcs of lightning, while thunderclouds arose from its hooves, and its horns shot into the sky while glistening brilliantly. Moreover, its eyes seemed to contain 2 pools of lightning and were suffused with a vast aura. Kill! The Thunder Bull soared through the sky with a vast might, and dense lightning talismans and markings charged out to transform into tangible arcs of lightning that enveloped down towards his opponent like an enormous net. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and it shook the heart and soul. Boom! The old man who was enveloped by the lightning net was bursting with blazing, heavenly fire. He formed a series of hand seals and used all of his strength to activate his saint artifact. He wanted to shake off the lightning net. However, the terrifying net of lightning was resplendent and possessed of vast power. It could even imprison a saint weapon, distorting and sealing the void. The arcs of lightning completely enveloped the former. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder, the arcs of lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth seemed to descend in countless strands. Lightning runes flickered and turned into a phenomenon that carried with it a destructive force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lightning surged wildly and endlessly, drowning the void and also the former. Amidst the deafening thunder and lightning runes, the former was completely suppressed and killed. How terrifying! In the surrounding void, many old figures stared at the Thunderbull. That terrifying aura made their hair stand on end. An expert, who was almost at the peak of the domain realm from the school of vertical and horizontal, had been killed just like that. And that Thunderbull was only an essence soul avatar. That must be the legendary mount of the Jinlei Tensei. It's an ancient Thunderbull. After being stupefied for a while, an aged figure whispered in shock. That kind of power was too terrifying. After killing an expert from the school of vertical and horizontal, the figure of the ancient Thunderbull was slightly illusory. Suddenly, it looked up into the depths of the void. The ancient Thunderbull's essence soul avatar felt a vast fluctuation in the depths of the sky, as if it was spying on him. However, that fluctuation disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer feel it. I'm only killing the believers of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. It has nothing to do with idle people. Then the ancient Thunderbull's essence soul avatar swept across the void with its lightning eyes. Rumble! As soon as the ancient Thunderbull's essence soul avatar finished speaking, 8 lightning figures suddenly appeared. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. It was as if heavenly lightning was about to destroy the world, and it directly locked onto many old figures. Kill! The 8 lightning figures let out a battle cry. Their eyes were emotionless, and there was only killing intent. Accompanied by thunderous explosions, it shook the surroundings. Immediately, lightning rumbled, the ground cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Bang! 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 Immediately, some people were instantly destroyed by the lightning. Not even a mist of blood could be seen. Oh my God! Someone quickly retreated and gasped. Their souls were trembling. The demons have appeared and Kyushu is in chaos. The great calamity is about to befall the world. If the 9 cauldrons do not gather and the 9 families do not appear, those who disobey will be killed without mercy. A faint voice resounded in the void, echoing in the void above the 9 families. The space seal of the 9 families isolated the space, but it could not isolate the voice. The voice sounded calm, but it was filled with killing intent. Crack! Crack! Legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal had their ancient lands. Jade slips shattered and primordial spirit imprints turned into nothingness. Quick! Summon the experts of the other families. Summon them immediately. If the 9 cauldrons do not gather, the 9 families cannot appear. At this moment, Du Xiaofu is digging my meridians and destroying my foundation. How hateful! Has our fortune truly come to an end? At this moment, legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal were in chaos. Sorrowful cries could be heard everywhere. Some old people were crying, some had red eyes, and their chests were heaving. After a series of heavy losses, the experts that were sent out to scout for information were also killed and lost outside. These experts all had primordial spirit imprints left behind. Once they encountered a calamity, they would immediately know. At this moment, quite a few experts had already been killed. The school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal could no longer bear such losses. They had to immediately recall the experts they had sent. What kind of prohibition is this? Why are we not allowed to come out? How hateful! This is going to destroy my orthodoxy. The heavenly Tao is so unfair. Legalism. Elders from the school of vertical and horizontal raised their heads and cried out in grief. They complained that the heavens were unfair and had been suppressing them all this time to help Du Xiaofu. They hated Du Xiaofu for digging out their meridians and wanted to destroy their orthodoxy. They were also in pain. They were in pain over the loss of their clan's experts. That's not a ban, it's an ancient oath. During the great calamity of the world, the master of the divine lightning cauldron and the dragon god descended and suppressed the ancestors of the 9 great clans by themselves, forcing them to make such an oath. If the 9 cauldrons do not gather, the 9 clans will not come out. If the 9 cauldrons gather, the 9 clans will not come out. An old man opened his mouth, uttering the oath that had been buried in his heart. Even in the 9 great clans, not many people knew about this oath. But for the experts of the 9 great clans, this ancient oath was passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that the master of the divine lightning cauldron and the dragon god still exist in this world? Legalism. Someone who didn't quite understand asked with a puzzled expression, the master of the divine lightning cauldron and the dragon god. Rumor has it that the divine lightning cauldron used to suppress the evil spirits disappeared completely after Kyushu. From ancient times until now, they haven't appeared again. But rumor has it that there are 5 people in this world who have existed since ancient times. They are called East Deity, South Scholar, West Demon, North Addict, and Middle Deity. They may have been passed down from generation to generation, or they may have always existed. They are the guardians of that ancient oath. Legalism. A middle-aged man in his 40s spoke. He looked very ordinary, but his inexplicable aura and momentum were enough to make people feel reverence and respect. This middle-aged man was the old High Lord of legalism. As a High Lord of the previous generation, he knew a lot of secrets. At this moment, the old High Lord's face was very gloomy and unsightly. Apart from Zhongzhou, the other 8 prefectures in Kyushu were in a state of turmoil. In just a few days, a total of 64 forces in the 8 prefectures had been swept away. When this news spread, it shook the world. In the 8 prefectures, many places were covered with corpses and rivers of blood. The evil spirits lingered for a long time, causing people to feel a chill. This is the desolate country's revenge. In the divine domain, legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal have besieged the Demon King Du Xiaofu time and time again. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu has come out, the first thing he did was to attack the forces that converted to legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal sent out experts, but they were all killed by the heavens. Rumor has it that the Demon King secretly sent out his primordial spirit avatar to attack the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Even the body of the patriarch of legalism, Qin Tianshi, was destroyed. Only his primordial spirit escaped. There are many secrets in this world related to the ancient times. We can't talk too much, lest we attract a calamity. Kyushu was surging like a storm. Discussions broke out everywhere, causing an uproar. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had divided his troops into 8 prefectures and swept through all 4 directions. It was truly terrifying. Only then did the world truly realize that the unknown desolate nation had grown to such a frightening extent in such a short period of time. Uncle Master Du is too powerful. The desolate country swept through the 8 prefectures, sweeping everything before them. Within the ancient heaven sect, 100,000 personal disciples received the news and were in an uproar. The desolate country treated the disciples of the ancient heaven sect as if they were their own family. The desolate country's rock emperor was from the ancient heaven sect and was their Uncle Master Du. The world is changing. It's going to change greatly. Above the 9 states, there were old men and powerful cultivators who had hidden themselves from the world, quietly gathered together and sighed. This kid is too ruthless. He's really bold. Legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal have been completely defeated this time. Even their meridians have been dug out. Sigh, that kid is too terrifying. Among the school of agriculture, school of Moism, school of Inyang, school of Taoism, school of Confucianism and other big families, there were old man Di Pai, old monster Xinghun, Icy Ink and other experts who were also shocked. They had received the news of such a major event at the fastest speed. They were astonished and exceeded their expectations. Chapter 1783. Kyushu was shocked by the desolate country's actions this time. The desolate country had dispatched troops to 8 prefectures at the same time, sweeping through 60 major factions and even facing the experts sent out by the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. How terrifying and powerful was the desolate country now. In the past, when everyone was shocked by Du Xiaofu, they were even more shocked by Du Xiaofu's Demon King. But now, everyone realized that apart from Du Xiaofu himself, the desolate country that he had single-handedly created was already so powerful. The desolate country had swept through 8 prefectures in half. This kind of strength was no longer comparable to the top factions in Kyushu. They were no longer on the same level, and the difference was too great. All the factions in Kyushu knew that the desolate country had completely risen and could suppress Kyushu. In short, the desolate country's attack this time had swept through 8 prefectures, massacred 64 mountain sects, and uprooted the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism's converts. It had shaken everyone. The desolate country's thousands of experts had split into 8 groups to pursue the converted experts of the school of legalism. It had caused everyone to tremble. In just a few days, 64 factions in 8 prefectures had been massacred, and 64 mountain sects had been razed to the ground. Kyushu could not remain calm. At this time, Du Xiaofu's main body was in seclusion in the ancient heaven sect. Rumble! In the desolate ancient space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A 3-legged cauldron spun, and purple-gold electric arcs overflowed. They turned into 36 purple-gold electric pillars the size of babies, imprisoning the 36 true rock feathers. The electric arcs overflowed, and the aura of destruction was vast. At this moment, one could faintly see that the 36 true rock feathers that had erupted with a dazzling, dark, golden light had been purged. Within the purple-gold electric arcs of destruction, there was also a faint demonic aura that was being removed. Quite some time had passed. A few days in the outside world were equivalent to dozens of days in the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu used the purple lightning profound cauldron to remove the nascent soul imprint that Jialo Jueju had left on the true Peng's feather. At the same time, the feathers of the true rock were different from before. Du Xiaofu guessed that it should be the influence of the demon bone in Jialo Jimmy's body, which caused the feathers of the true rock to be stained with demon qi. If he didn't get rid of this demonic qi, he would definitely suffer backlash if he tried to fuse with the 36 true Peng feathers. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to remove the demonic energy within the bones of the Jialo extinction longling. In the end, Du Xiaofu could only use the purple gold profound bomb, using the purple lightning profound cauldron to suppress it, and then using the purple gold profound lightning to remove the demonic qi on the true Peng's feather. Things went very smoothly. However, the time it took to remove the demonic qi was much longer than Du Xiaofu had expected. Fortunately, the demonic qi was slowly being removed. Time slowly passed. Du Xiaofu's mind was locked on the 36 true Peng feathers. He had been observing the slightest changes on them. Qi-la, when the last wisp of demonic qi was removed by the purple-gold profound bomb, the last trace of Jialo Jueji's soul imprint was also removed. The purple-gold profound bomb retracted, and the purple lightning profound cauldron shrank. There was no longer any black on the 36 true Peng feathers. The golden light gradually became more and more dazzling, more and more resplendent. Gradually, the feathers turned into a sun. Pucci! At this moment, in an ancient palace in a secret room, electric arcs fluctuated and demonic qi rippled. A black-haired, black-robed youth sat cross-legged. This young man was very handsome. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his face had a natural, noble temperament. Pucci! Suddenly, the black-haired, black-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Boom! Boom! In the ancient space, the 36 true Peng feathers gathered and shone brightly. It was as if 36 golden suns were rising in the void. It gave off an incomparably domineering and supreme feeling, bringing with it a pressure that caused the void to tremble. The 36 feathers of the true Peng possessed such a terrifying supreme pressure, as if they could even crush the space of the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at the 36 true Peng feathers in shock. At this moment, the 36 true Peng feathers were suspended in the void, causing the golden-winged Peng blood in Du Xiaofu's body to boil like boiling water. Du Xiaofu's chest was hot, and his eyes quietly glowed with a golden light. There was an unstoppable connection with his blood. Walala! At the same time, the light behind Du Xiaofu's back exploded. The golden light surged as if it was out of control. The clothes on his back were torn, and a bright golden blood spurted out. Finally, in the overbearing aura, it turned into a pair of golden-winged Peng wings. Those were the real Peng's golden wings. When the Peng's golden wings spread, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. Its aura was monstrous and golden light shone. When the wings spread, it was as if a true Peng had been born. At this moment, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Looking at the 36 true Peng feathers in front of him, he felt as if he had turned into a real golden-winged Peng that wanted to soar into the sky and cross the vault of heaven. Gee! At this moment, as if affected by the Peng's golden wings on Du Xiaofu's body, the 36 true Peng feathers gathered. On the 36 feathers that were as dazzling as the sun, an illusory golden-winged Peng appeared. There was a screech that pierced through the clouds and cracked stone. Runes circulated, and an overbearing aura erupted. Gee! The illusory golden-winged Peng formed by the 36 true Peng feathers flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It was as if it could shoot down the stars. The golden light shone brightly, and with an unparalleled momentum, it wanted to crush the void. At this moment, the blood in Du Xiaofu's chest and body seemed to be burning. His blood boiled to the extreme, as if it was about to spurt out. Gee! In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the illusory, golden-winged Peng formed by the 36 true Peng feathers had two golden, lightning-like eyes. They were like golden lightning beams that directly fell into Du Xiaofu's golden eyes. The golden light was dazzling and filled the eyes. Du Xiaofu immediately closed his eyes tightly, and his consciousness gradually blurred. When Du Xiaofu regained consciousness, he felt that he had appeared in a vast space. In this space, there was a golden light spreading, and there were countless runes that were faintly discernible. The golden light was dazzling, as if countless golden lightning bolts were flashing. In the end, they lined up in the sky above the vast space and converged into the illusory, golden-winged Peng that floated in the void. The domineering and fierce aura made Du Xiaofu's mind want to crawl. Gee! The illusory, golden-winged Peng hovered in the air as if it was looking down on the world. It flapped its wings and covered the sky, suppressing all life on the earth. These are the runes of the golden-winged Pang contained within the 36 true Peng feathers. It's the supreme beast energy. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The densely packed golden runes and the illusory golden-winged Peng were the runes of the real golden-winged Peng. It was the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged Peng clan. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to the beast energy of the golden-winged Peng clan. The changes and evolutions of the runes were related to him and had a connection that came from his bloodline and soul. It was endless and continuous. This was also not the first time Du Xiaofu had comprehended the beast energy of the golden-winged Peng. These were the runes of the golden-winged Peng contained within the 36 true Peng feathers. Although Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the beast energy of the golden-winged Peng clan was not weak, the beast energy of the golden-winged Peng clan contained within the feathers of the true Peng clan was extraordinary. This was a rare opportunity, and Du Xiaofu would not miss it. His mind was immediately immersed in the comprehension, and he felt the evolution and derivation of the golden runes. Chapter 1784. Legalism. There was a clear difference between his comprehension of the great golden-winged Peng clan's beast energy and Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the great golden-winged Peng clan's beast energy, and even the comprehension of the great Peng secret realm. It was similar to the comprehension he had when he obtained the great Peng secret bone in the savage Beast Mountain range. This kind of understanding came from the bloodline. The feathers of the true rock were left behind by the top experts of the great rock clan. A true rock feather was already a great treasure. Since ancient times, the golden-winged great rocks had only collected 9 of them. They were refined by Jialo Juyu, but in the end, they were taken by Jialo Juyu. It was said that the senior of the golden-winged great rocks had left behind a total of 72 true rock's feathers. Every feather of the true rock was a precious treasure. It was said that if one gathered 72 true rock feathers, they could even obtain a wisp of divine will. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had obtained 36 feathers. Although he did not obtain any sacred will, he had obtained the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks. This supreme beast could be very powerful. Just how powerful was the owner of the true rock's feather back then? In terms of his own comprehension, he had already reached perfection. The true rock's feather was the last thing he left behind. It contained all of his comprehension and could be passed down to the younger generation to comprehend. Du Xiaofu was immersed in his comprehension. He transformed into a true Peng and soared 90,000 li into the sky, shaking the world. This was a tremendous opportunity. The desolate ancient space was filled with golden light, as if the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Du Xiaofu's figure floated in the air. The golden light came from the golden rock wings on his back. Strictly speaking, the dazzling golden light emanating from the 36 true Peng feathers on his back came from the 36 true Peng feathers. The 36 true Peng feathers that originally came from Jialo Juyu landed on the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Each of the 18 true Peng feathers glowed, causing Du Xiaofu's aura to become even more domineering. As he spread his wings, the golden talisman runes on his back transformed into a complete golden-winged great Peng. It was as if it could suppress the ancient times and heavens and earth. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in the comprehension of this tyrannical golden rock. He had entered a state of comprehension intoxicated. In the misty, desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was covered in dense golden runes. A few more days later, the restrictions around the courtyard loosened and disappeared. Du Xiaofu walked out of the courtyard. His purple robes fluttered slightly, and his black hair danced behind him. His eyes were clear as he stared at the void. There was an invisible chi field around him that could cause the void to change as soon as he appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The invisible chi field rippled, causing several familiar and obscure auras to ripple over from the ancient heaven sect. Those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to sense them at all. Greetings, senior brother. A moment later, Du Xiaofu met his senior brother, Sima Taking, in a simple and quiet building in the ancient Heaven sect. Sima Taking looked at Du Xiaofu and felt the invisible qi field from Du Xiaofu's body. A ripple of thought flashed through his deep, glass-like eyes. He said, "In the past 10 days, Kyushu has become jittery and paranoid. Legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal sent out experts. But in the end, the ancient oath protectors seem to have intervened. I'm sure you already know that the legalism school of vertical and horizontal has suffered another heavy blow this time. Senior brother, what kind of existence is the ancient oath protectors?" With the Yuan spirit doppelganger outside, the Yuan spirit, doppelganger, and Yuan spirit could sense each other no matter how far apart they were. Naturally, Du Xiaofu already knew what was going on outside. When someone intervened, Du Xiaofu had already guessed that it might be the ancient oath protectors, or one of the experts from the Eastern deity, Southern Ru, Northern Addict, Western Goblin, and Middle Divine Realm. As far as I know, they are related to the ancient times. Rumor has it that during the Great Calamity, the master of the Divine Thunder Cauldron and the Dragon God used the Divine Thunder Cauldron to suppress the evil in Kyushu. Then, with their own strength, they suppressed the ancestors of the 9 great clans and made the 9 great clans take such an oath. If the 9 cauldrons don't gather, the 9 great clans won't come out. If the 9 cauldrons gather, they will command the 9 great clans. Sima Taking said, "After that, the master of the Divine Thunder Cauldron and the Dragon God never appeared again. However, it is said that 5 people have always existed since ancient times. No one even knows whether they are men or women. They only know that they are called the Eastern deity, Southern Ru, Western Goblin, Northern Addict, and Middle Divine Realm. Their identities may have been passed down from generation to generation, or they may have always existed. However, the 5 of them are the ancient oath protectors. From ancient times until now, the real reason why the 9 great clans haven't come out is because of the existence of those 5 people." As his voice fell, Sima Taking's face was slightly shocked. He had only recently learned this news from the Mo clan. This time, Du Xiaofu had made the 8 states jittery, so the Mo clan had immediately sent people to the ancient Heaven sect to inquire about the situation. So the Eastern deity, Southern Ru, and the other 4 are the ancient oath protectors. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the one who had punished the legalism and the experts from the school of vertical and horizontal was also one of the 5. What do you plan to do next? The desolate country had sent troops to the 8 states and massacred 64 forces. Du Xiaofu's main body was in seclusion in the ancient Heaven sect. It was not difficult for Sima Taking to guess that Du Xiaofu's plan to gather the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal was not so simple. If the 9 cauldrons don't gather, the 9 great clans won't come out. This ancient oath is quite good. A sliver of a smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's resolute face. He said, "I plan on paying a visit to the school of legalism." "You want to go to the legalism?" Sima Taking's expression immediately changed. When he heard that, he sternly reminded Du Xiaofu, "If the 9 cauldrons don't gather, the 9 great clans won't come out. However, if you go to the legalism, it will be different. Although the Saint Realm experts of the legalism have been severely injured, they are still Saint Realm experts. Moreover, as far as I know, the foundations of the 9 great clans are even greater than what we've seen so far. With the desolate country's current strength, it's probably not enough to go to the legalism." Sima Taking paused and looked at Du Xiaofu. His tone softened a little as he said, "I know your mother is still in the legalism, but there are some things that need to be endured. If it weren't for the restrictions of the ancient oath, the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal would probably have done more than just remain dormant. Although you still have the golden-winged Peng clan behind you, the school of Moism, the School of Agriculture, and the School of Yin Yang also intend to help you. If you really want to fight, both sides will suffer in the end." This might not be the result you want. Du Xiaofu remained silent for a while. His eyes were calm and heavy. After a while, he nodded at Sima Taking and said, I understand, but there are some things that I have decided to do. I also have other arrangements. Legalism has already been severely injured. You've already dug out all its channels. Its decline is only a matter of time. On the other hand, the desolate country's fate is rising like the sun. Sooner or later, it will be able to suppress legalism. It's only a matter of time. Sima Taking said to Du Xiaofu. Indeed, Du Xiaofu smiled and took a deep breath. With a wry smile, he looked outside the palace at the golden afterglow of the setting sun and said softly, But my alcoholic father's woman is still in legalism. My mother must be thinking of me. My alcoholic father said that as a husband and a father, I have to do something. As a son, I also have to do something. Sigh, Sima Taxing Star looked at the tall and straight figure in front of him. He looked at the determined face and wanted to say something, but in the end he hesitated. He then sighed softly and said, It's a pity that the sect is too weak to help you. The Ancient Heaven sect is my sect, and it will be in the future. Du Xiaofu turned around and said to Sima Taking. Du Xiaofu was very grateful to the Ancient Heaven sect. This was his second home. Sima Taking looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly asked, Then I'm your senior brother now. What about in the future? This, Du Xiaofu was stunned and immediately reacted. His face was slightly embarrassed. How could Du Xiaofu not understand the meaning of his senior brother Sima Taking's words? The matters of you young people are a bit complicated. As a father, although I hope that you can treat Muhan wholeheartedly, I am not an unenlightened person. I have always known Muhan's feelings for you. This is her choice. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Sima Taking became serious again and said, But today, as a father, I ask you, are you sincere to Muhan? Chapter 1785. Legalism. Du Xiaofu's gaze wavered. How could Du Xiaofu not know of Sima Muhan's feelings for him? Although Du Xiaofu hadn't thought much about it in the past, his family had been separated when he was young, and his master had fallen into the hands of the devil religion. This made Du Xiaofu not have the time to think about love, nor did he have the heart to think about it. From Dongli Qingqing and Su Muxin and later Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu had never had any extra thoughts in the beginning, but later on, under the influence of gods and demons, they had walked together. In Du Xiaofu's heart, he had always felt deeply indebted to these three women. He had always been on the path of cultivation, and didn't even have the time to accompany them. However, he still needed to continue on the path of cultivation in order to be able to protect everything around him. His family hadn't been reunited, and his master was still in the hands of the devil religion. At this moment, he couldn't stay because of love. Sima Taking Xing looked at Du Xiaofu's expression and frowned slightly. He said softly, You don't have any feelings for Muhan? Du Xiaofu shook his head. It was possible to say that he didn't have any feelings at the beginning. But if Sima Muhan hadn't begged for the grass of immortality, he would have already died. The second time he was trapped in legalism, Sima Muhan had begged the Mo family's ancestor, Ice, to go to legalism. Du Xiaofu remembered this kindness in his heart. He has a heart. I also want to devote my whole life to him, but I owe him too much. When my family is reunited and my master escapes from the clutches of the devil, I will definitely not let him down. It's just that now is not the time. Du Xiaofu said with a serious expression, Your words are enough. I also believe that you know what to do. Sima Taking Xing was slightly surprised, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said, That girl Muhan has been spoiled by me and her grandmother since she was young. She doesn't have the maturity and balance of Su Muxin, the independence of Ouyang Dongli Qingqing, and the ability of Ouyang Shuang. She is also a bit stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. However, she is also very sincere and pure. You have to treat her well. As his voice fell, Sima taking Xing 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 Xing, Yabo Xing Shuiyui. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. After a while, he asked taking Xing Shuiying, and then asked Sima taking Xing Shui, and the people's as Shui Shui. I had just received news not long ago that there's movement in the wormhole. They're probably coming back soon. They are probably coming back, Sima taking Xing Shui said. Those terrifying people of the desolate country had divided into 8 groups and headed straight for the 8 provinces, causing Kyushu to surge. Now those guys were coming back. Sima taking Xing hesitated for a moment and said, At this time, if you enter the 8 provinces, it will be the best opportunity. It will be justified and can also intimidate all parties. If you want to do it again in the future, you may not have such an opportunity. With the desolate country's current strength, they had swept away 64 forces in the 8 provinces. However, they did not want to stay or enter the 8 provinces. This made Sima taking Xing somewhat puzzled. All the major forces in Kyushu wanted to enter the Kyushu, but no one had the power to do so. But now the desolate country had such strength and an excellent opportunity. With Du Xiaofu's troublesome character, he did not want to touch the 8 provinces. This made Sima taking Xing Shui feel strange. Hearing Sima taking Xing's words, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then he frowned and said, If the great calamity of heaven and earth is really coming, what's the use of entering the 8 provinces? If no one can stop it, it will become a demon's domain everywhere. This, Sima taking Xing was stunned. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu. Ripples appeared in his glass-like eyes. The ripples in his heart were even more intense. He had already felt that the man in front of him was no longer the same as before. Whoosh, whoosh! In the depths of the ancient heaven sect, a wormhole opened. From the void with the fluctuations of time, many figures swept out one after another. They were filled with a bloody aura and an invisible aura that distorted the void. These guys are worthy of being brought out by that kid. Each and every one of them is ferocious and fierce. Seeing the figures sweeping out of the wormhole, several elders of the ancient heaven sect in the surroundings were secretly shocked. These guys, who made Kyushu jittery at the slightest sound, had left the 8 provinces after massacring 64 forces and returned to the central provinces. The center of the sky plane was the gateway of legalism to the outside world. However, too many things had happened recently. It had been invaded one after another, and it had also been massacred by the old lady of the golden-winged rock clan, Garuda Mola. It had become one of the greatest disgraces in the history of legalism. However, the legalism seemed to be afraid of something. In the end, it resisted the old lady, Garuda Mola. Whoosh, whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the sky plane. There was an old man beside him. It was Elder Lei, who had followed him all the way from the ancient heaven sect. Legalism actually has a very deep foundation. When the old master was alive, although he was able to make the great ancestors of the 9 great families fear him, I once heard the old master say that the 9 great families are not simple. They have a very deep foundation, Elder Lei said to Du Xiaofu. As long as the 9 cauldrons are not gathered, the 9 great families will not come out. This ancient oath is true. Moreover, now that the Saint Plane can't make a move, no matter how deep the foundation is, I'm afraid there won't be many people who can make a move. Du Xiaofu said. Even Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi didn't have much combat power left. Qin Tianshi's physical body had been destroyed, and he was in a worse state than Li Qinfa. However, Du Xiaofu learned from his own primordial spirit clone that although Qin Tianshi was only left with his primordial spirit, he was very cunning. In the end, he still let his primordial spirit escape. After a while, his figure streaked across the void, as if he was tearing through space. Du Xiaofu came to a familiar plain. There were ruins of broken walls in the distance. It used to be a big city of legalism, but now only ruins were left. Pissed, as Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, a golden stream of light swept through the sky, turning into a bright silver-gold electric arc, and directly rushed into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes. That was a primordial spirit clone that chased Qin Tianshir's primordial spirit to the sky plains. In the end, it stayed on the sky plains. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu's main body came, the primordial spirit clone returned. Whoosh! A second silver-gold electric arc descended from the void, and the figure of a red-bone horse monkey could be faintly seen. From behind, it also rushed into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. This was also Du Xiaofu's second primordial spirit clone. It didn't stay with the Thunder Eagle King, but crossed space alone, all the way to the sky plains. At this moment, it also returned to Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, and merged with the primordial spirit main body. In Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, on the 9 revolutions divine Lelian that was fluctuating with electric arcs, the primordial spirit and meridian spirit fused into the body of the red-bone horse monkey that was shining brightly. Chi! When Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, an electric arc flashed across his eyes. The return of the 2 primordial spirit clones made Du Xiaofu feel an incomparably fulfilling and complete feeling. With the primordial spirit clone outside, he always felt that it was incomplete. This feeling also more or less made Du Xiaofu understand why losing a primordial spirit clone would damage one's foundation. An incomplete primordial spirit would destroy one's foundation. In terms of cultivation, it would be difficult to make much progress in the future. Whoosh! As Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, a bolt of lightning also rushed into the space between Old Lei's eyebrows. That was one of Old Lei's beast spirit clones, and it had also returned at this moment. Soon after, a tall figure rushed over. His black hair swayed slightly, his robes fluttered, and his figure was tall and straight. It was Du Tingxian. Behind him, there were 8 lightning figures following. They were 8 puppets that didn't return to the central region. Instead, they crossed space and appeared on the sky plains. Greetings, new master! Old Lei bowed towards Du Tingxian after opening his eyes. Sorry for troubling you, Old Lei, Du Tingxian said. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I've just arrived. The entrance to legalism is up ahead. I know. Du Xiaofu nodded. He stared ahead for a while and said, Legalism, I'm here again. Du Xiaofu immediately felt a chill in his heart towards legalism. His grievances with legalism ran deep. Legalism had once humiliated and bullied Du Xiaofu without regard for their blood ties. Du Xiaofu had once been treated like an ant here. He had been humiliated, lied to, and bullied. He had even almost died at the hands of legalism several times. Legalism had always hated him for not being dead. All the misery and humiliation that Du Xiaofu had suffered in the past few years could not compare to what he had suffered in legalism. However, legalism just happened to be his mother's clan, yet they treated him like this. However, Du Xiaofu's visit to legalism this time felt completely different from the previous 2 times. Chapter 1786. In front of them, there were only broken ruins. The former prosperity of Sky City had disappeared. However, not everyone dared to come here. Even though legalism had suffered several defeats recently and suffered heavy losses, causing its reputation to plummet, no one dared to set foot in this place. But now, Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian were here. Whoosh whoosh, there were also 8 puppets and Elder Lei. A total of 10 figures appeared in the ruins. This time, Du Xiaofu did not bring anyone else from the desolate country or the Du family. Just as Sima Taxing said, Du Xiaofu did not know how strong legalism was. He was afraid that it was more than what he had seen. The desolate country was no longer what it used to be, but compared to legalism, it was still lacking. Du Xiaofu was not reckless, but he had to come. As long as there was a chance, Du Xiaofu did not want to miss it. If he kept waiting, how long would he have to wait? Now, Du Xiaofu came in person. He had mixed feelings. Although he knew that legalism still had a strong foundation At least he had some confidence now. He was no longer the same as before. Can't you see that the front is forbidden? Trespassers will die. With a thunderous roar, several huge demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were ferocious and ferocious. Their eyes were like the sun, and the aura of the Beast Emperor realm was enough to make ordinary people tremble. Although Sky City was no longer there and had been razed to the ground, legalism had been in constant trouble. In a short period of time, there was no way to build another Sky City. Therefore, there were demonic beasts guarding this place. Roar! Several ferocious demonic beasts with ruthless eyes and ferocious auras surged. Runes burst out, and as soon as they appeared, they pounced on Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and Elder Lei. Bang, 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 bang. A couple of puppets rushed out as lightning surged. In a split second, a couple of huge, ferocious beasts were directly destroyed, unable to withstand even a single blow. This is a huge formation that forms a boundary that seals the mountains, rivers, and earth. This was once the ancestral land of legalism, and there are many formations protecting it. If you really want to break in, even if you don't encounter people from legalism, those formations will make ordinary people shrink back. Du Tingxian opened his mouth. He had collected a lot of information and inquired about a lot of information. Legalism was definitely not easy to deal with. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He knew what was going on. Back then, the old lady had forced her way into legalism. Although she had swept through the periphery, she had stopped outside the core. At that time, the old lady had swept through legalism, but she had left safely. Du Xiaofu guessed that it was related to the Golden-Winged Rock clan and his cheap grandfather. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to walk out of the school of legalism the last time. Perhaps there were some secrets behind it. In short, if it had been someone else, the outcome would have been very different in the school of legalism. I'm not afraid of formations. I just need to spend some time. However, I'm afraid that legalism is not easy to enter, and we can't enter. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly as he spoke. He had the talent of the red-bone horse ape, Du Xiaoyao, to rely on the matrix of the school of legalism. However, once he entered the school of legalism, the ban of Saint Plain cultivators not being able to fight would no longer be effective. If we can't enter, then let them come out. Du Tingxian looked at the void and said, he already knew about the Sage Realm's prohibition. Once he entered legalism, the prohibition would not be effective. The Sage Realm experts were not something that the father and son could touch head-on. If it were not for the prohibition, he would not have chosen to enter legalism now. BZZT. As Du Tingxuan's voice fell, electric arcs flowed from his body. Lightning runes also appeared from the void. Wind and clouds gathered and finally converged into a purple thunderbolt that was more than as thick as an arm. It swept straight into the void. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded. The thunderbolt exploded in the void, revealing a large area of the void. A large amount of electric arcs spread out from the void. Du Xiaofu and Elder Lei's eyes were fixed on the void. Their expressions were calm, but they were very serious. Chi! A moment later, a wormhole appeared in the void filled with electric arcs. Dozens of figures flew out from the wormhole. Trespassing into legalism. Do you want to die? In front of the dozens of figures, an old man shouted angrily. A fierce aura swept out. The dozens of figures were covered in the radiance of runes. It was like a bright moon in the sky. It was very powerful. In the eyes of the world, this terrifying aura and radiance was a miracle. It was a legend. It was vast and unparalleled. You are the ones who will die. Du Xiaofu only said such a sentence. He did not even look at the old man. These were just small fries in legalism. He shook his arm and waved it. The sky-shaking wings flapped out. Golden runes erupted and swept across the void. Bang, bang, bang. Under the terrifying force that distorted the void was directly smashed. The dozens of disciples of legalism did not even have the chance to scream. The void exploded, and the dozens of figures were also destroyed. Du Xiaofu did not show any mercy and killed them directly. He no longer had any feelings for legalism. There was no need to show mercy. Legalism, the father and son of the Du family, are here. Du Tingxian stepped into the air and shouted through the wormhole. Legalism, the ancient and vast space, was magnificent. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and boundless clouds rose. The spiritual qi here was abundant. It was auspicious and majestic. It was incomparably sacred. However, recently, all the organizations that had converted had been massacred by Du Xiaofu. Some of the experts of the school of legalism had ventured out, but they had all died. The entire school of legalism had fallen silent. Ordinary disciples of legalism had more or less heard some rumors and learned about the situation in the outside world. They secretly said that legalism's luck had run out. This situation was even worse for legalism experts. The Yuan spirit of ancestor Qin Tianshi had escaped and lost his physical body. Such a loss and price caused legalism to suffer again. In a short period of time, one of the two ancestors of legalism had lost a Yuan spirit avatar and a physical body. No matter how deep legalism's foundation was, it would definitely not be able to pay such a price. The converted forces were wiped out, their luck channels were dug up, and ancestor Qin Tianshi lost his physical body. Such a major matter was discussed by the two lords and elders of legalism. In the end, they informed the sage of legalism, who was in seclusion. Before the sage of legalism went into seclusion, he repeatedly ordered that no one was to disturb him. Digging at my luck channels and destroying the foundation of my orthodoxy in the secret chamber, runes fluctuated. The sage of legalism's aura was very unstable and intense. But after a long time, he said, there is no longer any concern in the outside world. That's good. Before the heavenly devil battlefield opens, I will not come out. Sage ancestor. But what about Du Tingxian and his son? Are we really going to tolerate it? An elder cried out sorrowfully, unwilling to give up. The school of legalism could no longer afford to pay such a price. If the school of legalism still did not use any methods to stop all of this, no one would take the school of legalism seriously in the future. Those protectors are still around. Everything will change. Endure it. It won't be long before there will be a chance. When the time comes, everything will return. Legalism will not fall. That was what the legalism sacred ancestor said, and then there was no more sound. Legalism, my Du family father and son are coming. Just when all the experts of the school of legalism had decided to endure, this sentence was passed through the school of legalism, echoing through many places in the school of legalism. Chapter 1787. Swish, swish. When these words rang out above the school of legalism, all the legalist disciples who heard them raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions changed drastically. The words Du father and son spread through the school of legalism like a bomb. Is this the legalism of Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu? Do you think legalism doesn't exist? You're too bold. I heard that the chosen and paragons of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of dragons were all killed by Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. Many elders and protectors were also killed by that father and son pair. Now they are here to kill. Is Du Xiaofu really that strong? I heard that Du Xiaofu has a big shot backing him up. This is looking down on our legalism. This is looking down on our legalism. This is infuriating and hateful. Many places in legalism were in an uproar. The news spread like a storm throughout the legalism. Let the experts of legalism take action and kill that demon king, Du Xiaofu. It was all because of the demon king, Du Xiaofu. If the legalism disciples were to go out now, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the other disciples of the 8 great clans. Even in places like the Beast region and Kyushu, no one would take them seriously. Old High Lord, elders, this is bad. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, and Demon King are here. The ancient hall was mottled with scars. A legalist middle-aged man rushed into the hall in a hurry. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. As a protector, how can you be so flustered? What a scandal! The old lord of legalism frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man. A dignified legalism protector would be a powerful figure in the outside world. But now, after hearing the name of the Demon King and his son, he was so flustered and embarrassed. Could it be that legalism's luck was really about to run out? Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu are challenging my legalism. That little bastard actually dares to kill his way into my legalism. Does he really think that my legalism doesn't exist? The remaining elders, protectors, and experts of the school of legalism were all furious. When had the school of legalism ever been humiliated like this? They had already heard Du Tingxuan's words and knew that Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu were coming. That was why they had gathered in the hall. How many people did that father and son bring? The current lord of legalism was sitting upright. His face was gloomy as he asked the protector, who had just arrived, "Lord, we still don't know. The people we sent out are all dead. We don't know how many people the Demon King and his son brought." The middle-aged protector was trembling. As a protector, he knew what had happened a few days ago. All of the legalism's converted factions had been massacred by Du Xiaofu's desolate country. Now, the desolate country's army might be blocking the entrance of legalism. Bastards, do they really think that my legalism can't do anything to them? They're here to invade my legalism. My legalism's actions have nothing to do with my actions. We can eliminate them. The Lord shouted, his eyes emitting a cold light. At this moment, the Lord felt even more complicated. The father and son were originally his son-in-law and grandson, but who knew that they would become the greatest threat to legalism. They had caused the legalism to suffer the greatest blow since ancient times. This enmity could no longer be resolved. The divine ancestor has decreed that legalism will not be born before the heavenly devil battlefield opens. The old lord hesitated. His eyes were vast with huge waves, but he gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old lord, that little bastard has already killed his way to our door. If we don't do anything, legalism won't be able to exist in this world anymore." Some elders and protectors lamented. Legalism had not done anything when someone had killed their way to their door. This was an absolute humiliation. The divine ancestor has decreed that legalism will not be born. Since that little bastard dared to come, he must have some trump cards. The old lord was not stupid. He had lived for so long not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. He no longer dared to look down on that father and son pair. If they were not confident, how would they dare to come to legalism? Legalism will not be born. Let's see what that little bastard and his son can do. When the heavenly devil battlefield opens, it will not be their turn to be arrogant. With the old High Lord's decision, the school of legalism could no longer afford to be tossed around, nor could they afford to take risks. The loss of any expert would be a heavy blow to legalism. At this time, legalism needed to preserve its last bit of strength. Hateful, angry. When they heard this, a few elders and protectors sighed in sorrow. Legalism was not only being killed at their door, but legalism had even put up a nowhere sign. If this news were to spread, legalism would lose its last bit of face. Old Lord, should we close the spatial wormhole? The middle-aged protector asked. He was afraid that the Demon King and his son would force their way in. Back then, the golden-winged Peng clan's old lady, the old lunatic, and Fu Bai had already swept away legalism. No need. If they dare to come in, they will be courting death. I want to see if they dare to come in. The old lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. He no longer had that calm aura. Once they entered legalism, He did not believe that the father and son would have the ability to reach the heavens. Even if he had to use the clan's taboo power, he would kill the father and son to eliminate future troubles. Wait for them to come in. As soon as they set foot in legalism, we will use all our strength to kill them. Each of the elders and protectors was filled with hatred. They hoped that the father and son would be able to break into legalism. At that time, they would be able to kill the father and son and completely eliminate future troubles. In the peaceful Sky City ruins, there was a spatial wormhole fluctuating in the void. It was filled with runes and affected time and space, but there was no movement. They don't seem to be planning to come out. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the legalism did not plan to come out. There was no movement for a long time. They are waiting for us to go in. Du Tingshuan's eyes were sharp. His hair fluttered slightly as he looked at the spatial wormhole. That was legalism. Ao Tong was in legalism. At this moment, separated by a spatial wormhole, it seemed to be within reach. It was right in front of him, but there was a vast sea between them. At this moment, his heart was filled with complicated feelings. Perhaps Ao Tong did not even know that the father and son were outside legalism. "We can't go in," Old Lei said. Even if it was him, if he forcefully broke into legalism, it would be difficult for him to come out in the end. Unless the old master was still alive, he knew a little about the strength of legalism. "Of course we can't go in." Du Tingxian smiled faintly, but the curve of the smile at the corners of his mouth carried a kind of bitterness. How could Du Tingxian not know that with the current strength of the father and son, they did not have the capital to force their way through legalism? If it wasn't for the ban that forbade sage stage experts from taking action, they wouldn't even be able to step foot into the ruins of Sky City. They want to wait for us to go in. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the legalism was waiting for him to enter. Once he entered, the legalism would be prepared. Legalism views all living beings in the outside world as ants. Now that you're hiding in your nests, come out and fight me if you have the ability. Legalism can't even withstand a single blow. Come out if you dare. Legalism's luck has run out. No one can fight it. Legalism is devoid of virtue. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Their luck has run out, and now they don't even dare to come out. Are they going to be cowards? Voices spread throughout the legalism. In the vast square in front of the wormhole, many legalism disciples had gathered. They all clenched their fists and looked furious. However, no one dared to go out. Everyone knew in their hearts that the Devil King, Du Xiaofu, was no longer the same as before. Even Han Qianran, Han Ningma, the number one of the younger generation, and an invincible existence like Qin Wudi had been killed. If they went out, they would be courting death. Even in legalism, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had already intimidated the entire legalism. Bastard, this is too hateful. Why didn't the experts go out and kill that father and son? You said that the disciples of the school of legalism are cowards. Charge out. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't kill that father and son. Some of the younger legalism disciples were furious. Their eyes were red, and they were extremely agitated. They wanted to rush out and fight Du Xiaofu. Quiet down. You're no match for him. The clan has its own arrangements. There were protectors outside the wormhole, scolding the young disciples of the school of legalism. Protector! That demon king has already killed his way to the door of legalism. Are we still going to endure? A young boy asked the protector. He was very puzzled. Do you want to go out and die? That demon king isn't someone you can provoke. Who told you to be so disappointing? A protector berated. This protector was even more furious and sullen. At this moment, the demon king and his son were cursing outside. They didn't put legalism in their eyes. Hateful legalism. No one in the younger generation was a match for them. In the grand legalism, no one in the younger generation could stand up to the demon king and his son. Far away from the wormhole, there was a tall and ancient mountain peak. There was a mottled pavilion at the top of the mountain. The limestone was ancient and covered in moss. There were many old figures standing there, gazing at the wormhole in the distance. Is legalism a cowardly tortoise? Legalism's luck has run out. It can't even withstand a single blow. It doesn't even dare to come out. Such words spread out and fell into the ears of these old figures. They were like bombs, creating huge waves in their hearts. Chi-chi, on their aged faces, their eyes glowed with divine light, and their faces were twisted and ferocious. Crack, crack! An old man was so angry that his body trembled. The limestone beneath his feet cracked, and the ground caved in. Bastard! An old man shouted. The corner of his eyes twitched. He couldn't endure it. Old Lord, what should we do? That father and son have been cursing for 6 hours. They have no intention of coming in. If this continues, it will be unfavorable for our legalism. Now, all the disciples of legalism are in a state of panic. They are greatly affected. Chapter 1788. A middle-aged woman said to the old exalt, Du Tingxian and his son had been cursing through the spatial wormhole for 6 hours. If this continued, the morale of the entire legalism would drop to a freezing point. At this moment, the old High Lord of legalism's expression was even more uncertain. When had the dignified legalism ever been humiliated like this before? He had originally wanted to lure Du Xiaofu in, and they had made preparations to kill him. However, from the looks of it, Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian had no intention of coming at all. That little bastard is very slippery. It looks like he won't come in, said an old man. They wanted to wait for Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu to come in, but it was unlikely. They are blocking the legalism. Even if they don't come in, it is still a great humiliation to our legalism. If we don't go out, the humiliation will be even greater. If this gets out, the world will say that our legalism is being blocked by that little bastard and doesn't even dare to go out, said a middle-aged legalism expert. His eyes were burning, and his body was surging with divine light. His aura was powerful. The courtyard was quiet. It was not small, and the surroundings were quiet. The furnishings inside were simple but elegant. 2 beautiful figures walked out of the courtyard. One of them was a beautiful woman. Although her face was thin and slightly haggard, she was still otherworldly and had an air of arrogance. The other was a young woman in her 20s. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face was as otherworldly as the beautiful woman's, and her ethereal eyes shone like stars. Miss Ao Tong, Miss Xiaojing. Just as the 2 women walked out of the courtyard, a figure appeared silently. It was an old woman in her 70s. This old woman was wearing a plain dress. Although she looked old, she exuded a kind of vigor. Her old face was full of wrinkles under faint eyebrows, and the vicissitudes of time were written on it. Granny Ming, my husband and son are here. We want to go out. Yes. The beautiful woman looked at the old woman. Her beautiful face was very calm, and her temperament was not to be provoked or violated. She was Han Aodong. She had received news that her husband and son had come to legalism. How could she not know the purpose of their visit? Looking at the mother and daughter in front of her, the old woman's eyes became a bit complicated and rippled. Grandma Ming, are you really going to stop us? Du Xiaojing spoke. His long black hair flowed down behind his head, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. However, his brows were tightly furrowed. Miss Ao Tong, Miss Xiaojing, listen to me. Even if we get out, it might not be a good thing. Just treat it as if the time is not right. Old Ming opened his mouth. His eyes were deep and spirited on his wrinkled face. My husband and son are outside. They came for us. Even if they can't leave, it's good to see them. Han Aodong's calm expression began to waver. That was her husband and her son. Even though she knew a lot of things, She could not remain calm at this moment. It's better not to see them. Miss Ao Tong, you are more intelligent than others. You should understand this better than an old woman like me. Old Ming said, but they are my husband and son. Ripples appeared in Han Aodong's eyes, and her expression began to turn cold. I have my orders. Miss, don't blame me. As old Ming finished speaking, seals formed in his hands. Mysterious runes instantly shone brightly in the air around them. In an instant, a stalk of grass was formed in the air around the courtyard. This stalk of grass was very large. The leaves on its body were long and slender, as if they were real. As the mysterious runes shone, a mighty pressure descended. However, that pressure made people's souls feel relaxed and happy, but it also made their souls tremble. It covered thousands of feet of space and bound Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. At that moment, all the young people in the wormhole outside legalism were in an uproar. Even the Dharma protectors found it difficult to stop them. Du Xiaofu, come in if you dare. Legalism will definitely kill you. Du Xiaofu, don't stay outside if you dare. Come in if you dare. In the square of the wormhole, some of the young disciples of legalism could no longer hold back and sent messages to the wormhole. Legalism has no bottom line. I've been fooled twice before. They bullied me with their age and with their numbers. Do they still want to trick me into going in? Legalism, one of the 9 great families, doesn't live up to its name. It looks like it has completely declined. They don't even dare to come out of their doors. What a bunch of cowards. Where are those old fogies of legalism? Didn't they want to kill me and my son? Why have they become a bunch of old fogies now? It's fine if they don't come out. If anyone of legalism comes out, I will kill them. You can stay in there for the rest of your lives. Old fogies, where are you? Li Qinfa, that old fogey, had his primordial spirit avatar destroyed by me. Qin Tianshi, that old fogey, was beaten half to death by me. Has legalism decided to completely retreat? As the disciples of legalism cursed through the air, they were greeted with even more intense mockery and arrogance. Close the wormhole. Legalism won't come out. In the distant mountain peak, in a mottled pavilion on an ancient bluestone, the old sovereign's face was completely gloomy. He couldn't stand being called old fogies and old fogies. But now the 2 old ancestors were seriously injured, and the divine ancestor was in seclusion. Under such circumstances, he was really afraid. Chi-la! The wormhole began to close, and mysterious runes flickered. They are going to close the wormhole. Once the wormhole closes, the boundary outside legalism won't be something we can affect. It's more likely that the old master is still alive. Old Lei said, the place where legalism was located was condensed into a boundary formed by many ancient runes, which are set up by the supreme experts of legalism. Once the wormhole closed, legalism wouldn't come out of seclusion, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Du Tingshuan's eyes flickered with lightning. He had cultivated and honed his cultivation all the way to this point. But in the face of the colossus that was legalism, he still seemed insignificant. His wife and daughter were inside, separated by a wormhole, but he couldn't step in. It seems that legalism is determined not to come out. Du Tingxian said with a lonely look in his eyes. Not necessarily. If they want to close the wormhole, we'll have to see if they can do it. Looking at the wormhole that was about to close, Du Xiaofu's narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp golden light. His hand suddenly moved, and with a flick of his finger, a scarlet-red ball wrapped in purple electric arcs that were spreading out suddenly shot out explosively. Chi-la! The purple electric arcs spread out, and just as the wormhole was about to close, a blurry purple and scarlet figure flashed into the wormhole like lightning. Retreat! At the same time, Du Xiaofu shouted and quickly retreated. Old Lei's and Du Tingshuan's expressions changed slightly, but in an instant they also quickly retreated with the 8 puppets without hesitation. Chapter 1789. In legalism, the spatial wormhole was closing. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, was blocking the entrance of legalism. He did not expect the experts in his family to make such a decision to hide from Du Xiaofu. Rumble, the closing spatial wormhole, suddenly emitted a strange fluctuation. Not many people paid attention to this fluctuation, but the guardians and elders of legalism on the mountain peak in the distance noticed it. Not good. Quick! Everyone retreat, retreat! A hurried voice spread like thunder in the square around the spatial wormhole. The old supremacy was speaking, but his expression instantly turned pale with fright. Hearing this, a large number of legalism disciples in the square around the exit of the spatial wormhole looked at each other. Some of them did not react in time. Whoosh, whoosh. Some of them reacted in an instant, but it was too late. Rumble! In an instant, the spatial wormhole began to crack, expand in the void, and then explode. Boom! Boom! It was too sudden and too unbelievable. The spatial wormhole that was about to close exploded, and a blazing, destructive energy swept out. In an instant, purple-gold lightning arcs exploded in the sky, and the purple lightning arcs covered the sky. The entire void collapsed, and the majestic and blazing destructive energy filled the air, as if a million volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Rumble. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the void collapsed, the square exploded, the stone slabs swept, the mountains broke, and the mountain peaks collapsed. Not good. What is going on? At that moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the old supremacy and other legalism experts were all shocked and horrified. The majestic and blazing destructive energy caused the guardians and elders of legalism to show absolute fear in their eyes, and they felt uneasy. Such a blazing destructive energy caused even the old supremacy to feel apprehensive, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart, and his hair stood on end. Bang, 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 the void exploded and the spatial wormhole collapsed. Accompanied by the purple lightning arcs, the destructive energy swept out, and a violent energy that affected space and time seemed to be destroying this side of the world. Ah! Roar! Blood-curdling screams, howls of anguish, and roars of beasts converged together. It was as if ghosts were weeping and gods were howling as it spread out mournfully. Most of the legalism disciples around the spatial wormhole did not even have the chance to cry out before the destructive power. They were directly swallowed up by the destructive power, and their souls were wiped out. Outside of legalism, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and Elder Lei had already retreated far away. The void was exploding, and the heavens and earth were cracking. It was as if this world was about to be destroyed. Under such a terrifying aura, even Elder Lei's eyes trembled. That terrifying power exploded, and even he felt a sense of unease and fear. That kind of power was too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions were everywhere, and the ground was cracking apart. It was a complete mess, and the aura was destroyed. After such a long time, some creatures on the sky plains were also attracted over. They only watched from afar, not daring to get close to the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Mother of God, what did the demon king, Du Xiaofu, do? Is he trying to destroy legalism? That terrifying destructive energy exploded in the distance and swept out, and the creatures in the distance felt their hair stand on end. That kind of energy that swept out from afar was enough to make them tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with ripples as he looked in that direction. The void there was exploding, and a pitch-black space was beginning to appear in the sky. That was the power of the fiery thunder bomb. Legalism wanted to close the wormhole. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. He was still unable to enter legalism. At the last moment, a fiery thunder bomb was thrown in, wanting to destroy the wormhole. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The fiery thunder bomb exploded in the wormhole, and its power was like adding wings to a tiger. It was accompanied by a power that affected space and time. At this moment, if Qin Tian was inside, he would definitely not be able to escape from his primordial spirit. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that the power that affected space and time should be the power of the wormhole. The fiery thunder bomb exploded open the wormhole, causing it to become chaotic. The destructive energy gathered together, becoming more violent and destructive. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Legalism was already in a state of chaos and misery. The old lord of legalism, the current lord of legalism, the various elders and protectors were all pale. They watched as the world-destroying power swept out, but they were powerless to stop it. They could only watch as the disciples of legalism were engulfed and their souls were destroyed. The old lord, the current lord of supremacy, and the others were all top-notch cultivators. How powerful were they? They could naturally feel how terrifying the power of the explosion was. The fire wave that was covered in purple electric arcs contained a boundless and terrifying violent energy that spread out, causing a chill to suddenly emerge in their hearts. Not to mention that they were unable to intervene in time. Even they wanted to retreat at this moment. Pung, 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 pung. The ground cracked, the void exploded, the wind howled, and the lightning arcs were resplendent. Ah, screams and wails could be heard. Many disciples of legalism collapsed, and their souls were destroyed. Such a terrifying energy exploded. The wormhole collapsed, and the entire legalism void trembled. Little bastard, how can you be so cruel? You're taking advantage of legalism. The old lord of supremacy roared. As he retreated, his face was ferocious and filled with anger. The wormhole collapsed, and a large vacuum appeared above the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings, floating in the void like a spider web. A hole appeared in the void. Looking at it, it looked like a piece of white paper with an irregular oval hole torn in the middle. Through the hole, one could see everything outside the white paper. At this moment, through the vacuum, one could see a vast, ancient space in the distance. However, at this moment, it was a mess. It was too horrible to look at. Legalism. Du Tingxuan's eyes were straight as he stared at the other side of the vacuum. It was the school of legalism. The wormhole exploded, but legalism was not completely sealed. Instead, a gap appeared, revealing legalism. At this moment, as long as one crossed the void, they would be able to enter legalism. The spatial wormhole has been blasted open. The destructive energy is too powerful, affecting space. It'll probably take some time for it to recover. When that time comes, the school of legalism will be completely sealed inside. They'll have to rebuild the spatial wormhole. This spatial wormhole is completely destroyed. Elder Lei looked forward and explained the reason. However, there was still some lingering fear in his eyes. Do you really think legalism has no one? Kill. Suddenly, such a voice rang out. It came from the void, and a vast qi that seemed capable of destroying the world swept out from the vacuum. Qi La! In an instant, talisman runes shone brightly in the void. A claw broke through the void and swept across the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Ka! Wherever the claw passed, the void collapsed. The plains below broke and collapsed, causing people to tremble in fear. Chapter 1790. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. The strong ones won't be below Old Lei and Old Madam. The sudden appearance of the claw print caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to shine with a golden light. It was accompanied by a purple arc of lightning that shot out. You're not qualified. It was also at this moment that Elder Lei's roar shook the 9 heavens. He raised his arm and punched directly at the claw. It was accompanied by vast and resplendent lightning that rushed into the sky as if it could shatter the stars. As this fist blasted out, large amounts of lightning runes interweaved in the void. Mysterious runes blossomed, and a world-shaking pressure shook the void. Rumble! In an instant, the claw and the fist collided in the void. It was as if they had the power to destroy the world, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear everywhere in the void. Such a vast power was definitely not far off from the terrifying pressure of the explosion of the wormhole just now. Dang, dang! The might of the punch shattered the void. Old Lei's figure retreated a few steps, and the void under his feet cracked. Chi La, the other party, was clearly not having a good time either. His figure retreated, and the void behind him shattered. The person who came was a well-built old man with long hair and a beard. He had a vigorous temperament, and his face was old and vigorous. He gave people a feeling that he was past his prime, but was still powerful and majestic. The moment this majestic old man appeared, his gaze landed on Elder Lei. Intense fluctuations surged from the depths of his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, quite a few figures shot out from the space that the School of Legalism had created with lightning speed, landing beside the old man in his twilight years. Waves after waves of powerful auras fluctuated. On the old faces, pairs of eyes were suffused with a crimson color. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. They twitched because of it, and their anger soared into the heavens. Many of them had ferocious auras. They were all demonic beast experts who had reached an extremely terrifying level. Du Xiaofu looked up and swept his gaze across the people who walked out of the legalism. These figures were not unfamiliar. They were the old lord of the legalism, the current lord of the legalism. There were also many elders and protectors of the legalism. He had seen them more than once or twice in the legalism. In the crowd there was an old man. Du Xiaofu took note of him. This was an old man from the Han family, and he was his mother's granduncle. Back then, he had tried to persuade Du Xiaofu to stay in the legalism. His status in the legalism was not low, and he was an extraordinary elder. His expression was kind, but Du Xiaofu did not have a good impression of him. In the crowd, there was another old man. Du Xiaofu also took note of him. He was also a member of the Han family. Back then, in the main hall, he had attacked Chioli. His cultivation was at the domain level. Back then, when he faced that old man, Du Xiaofu felt that the domain level was a huge mountain. But now, Du Xiaofu did not take it to heart. Today was different from the past. Boom! As the people of the legalism walked out, there were many of them. Many of the old experts had gloomy expressions. Their faces were cold and indifferent. There was an invisible aura of anger surging, flickering with light. When they gathered together, it was like a collapsing mountain that could crush the void. Just these few people. Originally, these experts of the legalism thought that Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu, the Demon King and his son, would bring the desolate country's current lineup with them. This was especially true for the group of Heaven's Prides and Supremes. They were very terrifying and had a boundless future. Once they grew up, they would be terrifying. However, the only people who had come to the school of legalism were the Demon King and his son. So the corners of the eyes of the experts from the school of legalism twitched once again. They were actually surrounded by the Demon King and his son, and did not dare to go out. If this news were to spread, they were afraid that the legalism would lose its last bit of face. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, you father and son are really ruthless. The sovereign of the legalism spoke. His face was old, but it was still sharp and clear. He must have been very handsome when he was young. However, at this moment, this sovereign looked at Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu in front of him. His gaze was complicated and gloomy with resentment. His meridians had been dug up, and all the prodigies of the school of legalism had been slain by the father and son. Earlier, the spatial wormhole had exploded, and swathes of legalism disciples had been devoured right before his eyes. As the current sovereign of the school of legalism, it was easy to imagine what he was feeling right now. Legalism is the ruthless one. Du Tingxian spoke. He looked at the sovereign of the legalism with sharp eyes. Then he restrained himself and said, I'm here to pick up Aodong and Xiaojing. Otherwise, we father and son will not leave. Ha 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 ha, the sovereign of the era laughed. He laughed coldly and said, Du Tingxian, I really underestimated you. I really regret that I didn't kill you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached this stage today. The heavens are fair. Legalism has no morals. Our luck has run out. This is retribution. Du Tingxian spoke. He looked at the sovereign of the era and said, "You are still Aodong's father. I respect you. Hand over Aodong and Xiaojing, and we father and son will leave immediately. From then on, we will have nothing to do with legalism." How dare you? In front of legalism, it is not your turn to be arrogant. You will pay the price. The sovereign of the era had a divine light in his eyes. His aura was extremely terrifying. Legalism still has such a strong expert. He has not stepped into the Saint Realm, but he is stronger than Li Qinfa and Qin Tiancher. He is not much weaker than the old lady and old Lei. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the sovereign of the era. This sovereign of the era was very strong. He had not reached the Saint Realm, but he had 1 foot in the Saint Realm, a demonic beast at the half-step Saint Realm. Du Xiaofu murmured softly in his heart, "The oil lamp has run out. You can't hold on for much longer. Every time you attack, you consume your last bit of life force. Even if you are at your peak, it is still not enough. It is not your turn to speak." Old Lei looked at the sovereign of the era and scolded. He did not take it to heart. The sovereign of the era was already at the end of his life. If there were no changes, he would meet his end. "I'm afraid you are about to run out. You can't hold on for much longer. With your level of cultivation, you can't protect them." The sovereign of the era looked at old Lei and said, "Legalism, saints don't dare to come out." Old Lei said. Lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hearing this, the old man in his twilight years was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. He already knew that someone had issued a ban. As long as the Heavenly Devil battlefield was not open, the experts of the Saint Realm could not take action. Indeed, no one below the Saint Realm could do anything to the former. Even if he were to take action now, he would consume his remaining life force. It would speed up the arrival of his end. He had lived for a long time, but he could not escape his end. He had always been seeking to take a step forward and step into the Saint Realm. That way, he would be able to obtain life force and even take another step forward. However, the Saint Realm was too difficult. He could not succeed even if he used all his strength. There were not many supreme geniuses in the world who wanted to step into the Saint Realm. Anyone who could step into the Saint Realm was a top existence in the world. He did not have much time left. If he wanted to take another step forward and obtain life force, a miracle would have to happen. If the Saint Realm doesn't come out, you won't dare to enter. It's meaningless. The sovereign of the era looked at old Lei and said after a while. His gaze slowly swept over Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, and the 8 puppets. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. There was some fluctuation in his eyes. "It doesn't matter if we can't enter. If the legalism comes out, I'll kill them. I'll kill them until the legalism hands over my mother and sister," Du Xiaofu said. His resolute face and eyes glowed with a fierce golden light. He did not hide his killing intent. "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. I can't deny that your talent is extraordinary. However, legalism has a much deeper foundation than you think. There are too many secrets in this world that you don't know." Looking at Du Xiaofu, the majestic old man in his twilight years stared at him. His voice was calm and ancient, giving off a feeling of time. "I already know about you and your father. Although I'm a mount, I still have some say in the school of legalism. If you and your father can convert to the school of legalism, I can guarantee that your family will be reunited. You and the school of legalism are one family, connected by blood. Why do you need to fight?" Chapter 1791. The old man was a mount, but he had an extremely high status in legalism. He had been in seclusion all this time, wanting to improve further. However, he was invited out not long ago and learned of some things. At this moment, he wanted to convert the father and son to legalism. Again, the school of legalism is truly shameless. Du Xiaofu, looked directly at the old man. Not to mention that his enmity with legalism had reached an irreconcilable stage. He would definitely not convert to legalism. Old Huang, there's no need to speak to this father and son. Offending legalism is a provocation. They should be killed. The old honorable Lord spoke. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was frightening and cold. He no longer looked like an enlightened master. As his voice fell, runes covered his body, and his aura was vast. The old man, called Old Huang, looked at the old honorable lord and frowned slightly. Then he disappeared without a trace. Old man, I said that one day when I rule the world, I will definitely kill you. Du Xiaofu looked at the old honorable lord. That day in the main hall, he had been attacked by this old man. Under his sanctimonious appearance, he was the most hateful and vicious person. He did not even care about how many legalism disciples died. You are still stubborn. You have indeed exceeded my expectations time and time again. However, I have to tell you that there are too many things in this world that you do not know. You are making a mistake. The old honorable lord stared at Du Xiaofu, his aura fluctuating. His gaze swept across old Lei, Du Tingxian, and the 8 puppets. He said in a low voice, "You think that you have the right to shout at my legalism just because the Saint Realm did not make a move? This is too childish. The 9 cauldrons did not gather, and the 9 families did not come out. However, you are the one who offended my legalism. You are courting death. Why doesn't that old dog Qin Tianshur's primordial spirit dare to come out? What about that old man Li Qinfa? Is his injury too serious?" Du Xiaofu replied, "Qin Tianshur and Li Qinfa were already in such a miserable state. How many people could the school of legalism still use?" Bastard. Du Xiaofu's words were like rubbing salt on the wounds of legalism and slapping the face of legalism in public. Many legalism powerhouses, protector elders, and the numerous legalism disciples who came out of the vacuum clenched their fists and looked gloomy. "Little bastard, do you really think that my legalism can't do anything to you? With just the few of you, don't even think about leaving today." The old great lord was furious. His cold shout resounded through the void and reverberated through the sky plains, causing winds to blow and clouds to surge. "Let's attack together. With just the few of us, I don't believe that we can't kill them." The auras of countless disciples of legalism surged, and they wanted to rush forward. With just the few of them blocking the path of legalism, how could they not feel aggrieved? Countless disciples of legalism had been swallowed by the terrifying destructive energy, causing their hair to stand on end. At this moment, they were even more furious. "You want to bully us with numbers? Is there no one in the desolate country who can do it?" When the old great lord's angry shout reverberated through the sky plains, a voice came from the void in front of them. Swish, swish. When these words spread out in the void, countless eyes in the surroundings looked up in shock at the distant void. Du Xiaofu's gaze had also been fixed on the distant void. There were surging winds and clouds, as if there were dark clouds pressing down on the sky. A violent storm was sweeping over. Roar! Indistinctly, the roars of beasts resounded in the void. A large group of figures, accompanied by ferocious and vigorous auras, immediately descended on the sky plane. Thousands of figures transformed into streaks of light and flew over. Swoosh, swoosh! The rainbows were like lightning, appearing in the nearby sky in a few flashes. Especially at the front, there were dozens of figures descending first. A young man in golden clothes, born with bright spiritual eyes, emitting the aura of a king. He was the well-known red-bone horse, Monkey Du Xiaoyao, a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, wearing a long dress with starry patterns. Faint golden flames danced in the depths of her eyes, and there was an inverted mark between her eyebrows. She looked mysterious and demonic, and her aura was unconcealable nobility. This little girl was already famous in the world. She was the Purple Dragon Emperor, a young man with a fierce aura. His robe fluttered, his black hair was shoulder-length, and his body was well built. His scarlet eyes were tinged with purple lightning, making him look like a ferocious beast. A tall girl with slender legs, inexplicably enchanting and alluring red lips. This man and woman were the most outstanding military figures in the younger generation of the Du family, other than Du Xiaofu, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman. A young man in a black robe, with hair as black as night, covered by scattered bangs. His eyes were piercingly cold, and his thin lips were filled with arrogance. He stood with 17 young men behind him. These 18 young men were all upright, and their formless auras froze the void, as if 18 peerless weapons had been born. These 18 people were famous for their ferocity. They used their iron blood to intimidate the world, and they were the 18 sharp weapons of the world society. In the divine domain, they fought against the heroes of the Buddhist sect, and they were truly proud of the world. They were the world society's 18 heavenly guards. One of them was a young woman, graceful, slender and elegant. Her beauty could topple cities, stunning the world. She was Dai Xingyu, a mysterious girl, and not many people knew of her origin. A woman was floating in the air. She had a devilish figure under her tight clothes. Her slender legs, perky buttocks, and slender waist outlined a perfect and alluring curve. Her beautiful face was enough to captivate people's souls. Beside this peerless beauty, a woman's eyes seemed to be suffused with mist. Her long skirt outlined a graceful and moving arc, revealing an elegant and slightly charming aura. They were Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin. At this moment, there were also existences like Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Gui Che, Raging Bear King, and Silver-Winged Demonic Condor among the newcomers. Do you want to deal with it alone, or are you afraid that I'm not as strong as you? Du Xiaoyao's figure crossed the sky and landed beside Du Xiaofu. There was some displeasure in her golden eyes. Father, we're here. Little Xingxing landed beside Du Xiaofu. His eyes were clear, but his supreme aura was self-evident. Third brother, this is a matter between you and third uncle, but it's also a matter for the entire Du family. It's a matter for the entire desolate country. Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong landed and gently stood beside Du Xiaofu. The house is renovating, so I took the time to write. Chapter 1792. You told us to return to the ancient heaven sect and come here alone. Are you afraid that we won't be strong enough to hold you back? Zhen Qingchen stared at Du Xiaofu. His inverted triangular eyes glowed with divine light. He had a certain charm to him. At this moment, his body was exuding a faint, bloody aura. The 6 wheels blood-killing formation was no longer suppressed by the divine domain. In the divine domain, the 6 wheels blood-killing formation had killed many experts from the legalism school of vertical and horizontal school, and had broken through to an extremely terrifying level. Zhen Qingchen had connected the 6 wheels blood-killing formation to himself, and his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had obtained great benefits. If there's anything, we'll face it together. Even if I can't help you, at least I'll be by your side, Ouyang Shuang said. Her beautiful face flushed slightly. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Little Xingxing, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others had returned to the ancient heaven sect. When they learned that Du Xiaofu had come to the legalism school alone, they immediately led everyone to the legalism school of thought. They knew in their hearts that this guy was afraid that something would happen to them when facing a colossus like the legalism school of thought. After all, the legalism school of thought was not as easy to deal with as those converted forces. Are you looking down on us? A young man wearing a green robe with a green pattern on the outside walked out. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind, and his skin glowed. His skin rippled with runes, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised. His face was resolute, and his aura was even sharper. He was Emo Tianshao. He did not speak much, but his invisible aura made him stand out even when standing beside Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, and the others. In fact, he could even stand out. As he gazed at the familiar figures before him, a faint, bitter smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face. However, the blood in his body was slowly boiling. Legalism was too strong. If anything were to happen, Du Xiaofu did not want the desolate country to be implicated. At the very least, it would be much easier for him to escape. However, he did not expect these people to come. The world will be yours. The heavenly beast hall will be yours. The desolate country will be yours. You are the Rock Emperor. Yi Wuming walked out and looked at Du Xiaofu. His gray robes fluttered slightly, and faint golden runes appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was especially frightening. World Guild Moonshadow Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. Li Shui walked out. Back in Tianwu Academy, she wasn't too outstanding. But over the years, the name of the Dark Moon Bewitching Li Shui had spread throughout the 3 continents of Kyushu. No one knew how many experts were in the Moon Shadow Hall that she controlled. No one knew how many people there were in the Moon Shadow Hall and where they were scattered. Even the experts of the World Guild did not know, and no one asked. Li Shui had graduated from Tianwu Academy and was the junior sister of the first princess Du Xiaoman. She was even the senior sister of the president. With such a relationship, no one would suspect the Moon Shadow Hall. And over the years, the results of the Moon Shadow Hall were obvious to all. They were an indispensable existence in the World Guild. World Guild Blackwater Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. World Guild Scarlet Fire Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. World Guild Yellow Earth Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. Chao Yu, Gazong, Hua Fankong, and the others walked out and summoned their artifacts. Their auras surged as they faced the legalism head-on. Roar! At the same time, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Large numbers of ferocious beasts flapped their wings and appeared in the sky like dark clouds. Strong winds swept across the sky, sweeping up countless rocks and dust. On the ground, terrifying demonic beasts appeared in their true forms. Although they didn't reach their peak form, they were as large as courtyards. Their fangs were intimidating, and their eyes shone with various runes. Their auras caused the earth to tremble and rocks to fly everywhere. These were the true forms of the silver-winged demonic condor, golden python, phantom chariot, phantom tiger king, violent bear king, divine ape king, and other demonic beast kings. Their auras surged out and swept across the area. The gathering of these demonic beast kings was definitely a terrifying lineup. Their auras shook one's soul. Facing them with their own eyes was enough to make one tremble in fear. Roar! Celestial Beast Hall and the world will live and die together. We swear to follow Hall Master to our deaths. Phantom Chariot, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Violent Bear King, and Phantom Tiger King roared. Their voices were like thunder, and their auras were terrifying. The cries of beasts rose and fell one after another. We swear to follow him to our deaths. Celestial Wolf Gu Tianxiao's eyes glowed green as his cape fluttered in the wind. We swear to follow the Rock Emperor to our deaths. Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, Yunzhan King, and King who all spoke at the same time. The 18 celestial beast guards will live and die together with the world. We swear to follow him to our deaths. Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, Silver Fox An Yang, and the rest of the 18 heavenly generals spoke. Their auras surged, and their 18 eyes shot out dazzling lights. It was as if 18 divine weapons had been born, and the smell of blood filled the air. Tianwu Academy and the desolate country will live and die together. We swear to follow him to our deaths. A group of extraordinary young men and women walked out. Their auras surged, and their demeanors were outstanding. They were the current generals of Tianwu Academy: Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu. With the help of the desolate country, the current Tianwu Academy had already regained its former glory. In fact, it had even far surpassed its former glory. It was already on the verge of forming a terrifying faction by itself. We swear to follow him to our deaths. We swear to follow him to our deaths. In an instant, such words resounded through the void, shaking the entire sky plains. The morale was high, and their auras surged. At this moment, the desolate country had a lineup of over 2,000 people, facing the legalism of the 9 great clans. None of them showed a trace of fear. Back in the divine realm, they had killed quite a few people from the 3 great clans. Their talent was on par with the prodigies of the school of legalism. As for Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianshao, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Gui Che, Qin Mo, and the rest, they were a group of supreme experts. Such a group of people. How frightening and powerful was that? The desolate country has actually become so powerful. At this moment, facing such a lineup, many disciples of the Legalism Academy, who originally wanted to surround and attack Du Xiaofu, were now trembling in fear. The aura that swept out from the terrifying lineup of the desolate country was enough to make the disciples of the Legalism Academy tremble in fear. Legalism's Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, the current Sovereign Lord, as well as Old Man Han, all looked at the gathering of the desolate country's supreme geniuses. Experts were as numerous as the clouds, while the Legalism Academy behind them had withered away. This was the difference between the rising sun and the setting sun. Legalism's Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, and the current Sovereign Lord's eyes began to ripple. At this moment, they truly felt a lingering fear that came from the depths of their hearts and souls. The desolate country's wings had begun to grow. Once this group of supreme geniuses fully matured, which power in this world would be able to compare to them? At that time, it would be a complete nightmare for legalism. What caused Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, and the current Sovereign Lord to be even more afraid was that this group of supreme geniuses had all submitted to Du Xiaofu alone. No matter how strong a person was or how high they could climb, there would always be a time when they would be blown away by the wind. However, if this person had someone supporting him and a large group of people gathered to form a foundation, then he would be unshakable. That would be true despair. Du Xiaofu turned his head slightly and looked at the group of ferocious beasts and familiar figures behind him. He felt a little emotional and his blood began to boil. However, he suppressed this emotion at the bottom of his heart and a smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu turned around. His purple robes fluttered as he stepped through the air. He looked directly at the old Sovereign Lord with dazzling golden eyes as he roared thunderously. "Do you have the guts to come out and fight me? I'll kill you, old bastard." His words echoed in all directions. The old bastard's aura of cultivation at the master domain realm could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp senses, so he was not afraid to fight him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill this old bastard to take revenge for what happened that day. "Old Sovereign Lord, make your move. Kill that demon king." Some of the legalism disciples muttered as they clenched their fists. Even many legalism experts hoped that the old Sovereign Lord would make his move and kill Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1793. Old Lord, make your move. More and more disciples of legalism whispered. Someone's aura surged and filled the air with runes. The runes gathered in the air and shone brightly, illuminating the sky. "All right, I'll grant you your wish. Let's have a one-on-one battle." The old lord spoke. Although his face was gloomy, his voice was loud and clear, shaking the sky. Boom! Boom! At the same time, a powerful wave of energy filled the air around the old Zun Zun. It stirred up the void and turned into a ray of light that filled the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with dazzling runes, as if a god had descended to the world. This old fellow is a few thousand years old. He still has the nerve to ask for a one-on-one battle. Little Xingxing pouted. His clear eyes were filled with golden flames. It was obvious that he wanted to interfere. That old fellow has lived for quite a few years. He's really bullying the young with his old age. Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, revealing the aura of a king for no reason. He also had the intention of interfering. Ling Tong's eyes flickered. According to Du Xiaoyao's estimation, if she joined forces with Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, they would be able to kill this old fellow. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He waved his hand at Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. He signaled with his eyes and raised his head slightly. He looked at the old lord of legalism and said, "Let's have a one-on-one battle." Boom! The old lord of legalism directly made his move. The runes that filled the sky surged and turned into a dazzling giant palm print. It contained a vast amount of energy. It distorted the sky and carried a terrifying momentum as it slapped towards Du Xiaofu. The handprint was far too terrifying. It descended from the sky, and as the wind and clouds surged, the ground of the plains began to crumble. The living beings in the surroundings all trembled, but they were insignificant. They were all shocked. The old sect of legalism was indeed terrifying. Not enough. This was Du Xiaofu's verbal reply. Although it had only been a short time since he left legalism, things had changed with the passage of time. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength, he no longer needed to listen to his preaching like before. At the same time as his reply, Du Xiaofu raised his hand and faced the giant palm print that was crushing down. He punched out with a powerful and domineering punch. This punch faintly carried with it the sound of dragons and elephants. It was extremely tyrannical. Thunderlord. Rumble. This kind of collision shattered the void, revealing a vacuum. Space collapsed, and rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Ka! On the ground of the plains, a large number of cracks exploded. Gravel shot out. Dust and smoke soared into the sky, revealing a deep abyss and spreading ditches. The surrounding living beings all retreated in panic. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu took 2 steps back in the midst of the violent energy, but the old reverend's figure also swayed, and he staggered a step back. Du Xiaofu can actually fight with the old lord. Everyone from legalism was stunned. They looked at each other in dismay and trembled. Was this real? Du Xiaofu's strength was actually able to fight with the old lord. It seemed that he was not at a disadvantage, especially those experts from legalism. They felt their bodies trembling as if an electric current was flowing through their bodies. Back then, the young man who could only dominate the younger generation of the school of legalism was now able to face the old, honorable lord head-on. He has only been cultivating for a few years. How can he have such strength? The eyes of the experts from the school of legalism trembled. This was too unreasonable. Just how old was Du Xiaofu? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it would have been less than 30 years. Yet he already possessed such strength. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. He did indeed have the right to be arrogant. However, the experts from legalism hoped that the old lord would be able to kill Du Xiaofu. Did he think that legalism was a pushover? He dug out the veins and souls, destroyed the foundation of the orthodoxy, and killed all the supreme talents of legalism. Now he was blocking the door of legalism. Legalism had been passed down since ancient times. It was one of the 9 great families. It was an ancient family with a long history. How could it be provoked again and again? The old lord stabilized his body and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with waves. Back then, he had captured Du Xiaofu alive with ease. It felt like yesterday, but now the young man in front of him was already able to fight with him. This speed of growth was too fast. It was so fast that the old lord of legalism felt that it was getting more and more terrifying. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Ouying Shuang, Elder Lei, Jin Qingchen, and the others were all staring at the scene in front of them. Their expressions were calm, but there was a subtle fluctuation in them. Boom! Du Xiaofu stabilized his body. His aura swept out and filled the air with electric arcs. Golden light flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. What a strong guy! Feeling Du Xiaofu's aura, many experts from legalism were afraid and their expressions changed. The old lord's expression darkened. His eyes fluctuated. His body emitted a bright light that enveloped his whole body. It was as if he had formed a world of his own. Old Lord, please leave this kid to me. Let me deal with him on your behalf. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in midair. A dazzling light appeared in the vacuum tunnel of legalism. A figure appeared in the sky. His body was dazzling as if stars had descended. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and felt a familiar aura. It's him. Du Xiaofu knew who it was. It was his mother's elder brother. He had once asked him to dig out his heart. In the divine space, Du Xiaofu found out from the primordial spirits of many disciples of legalism that his name was Han Aoshi. He was Han Ningma's father. If it wasn't for the irreconcilable enmity with legalism, Du Xiaofu would have called him uncle. Han Aoshi. Du Tingxian raised his head and looked at the figure in the dazzling light. Lightning flashed in his eyes. With Han Aoshi's arrival, the light on his body slowly disappeared. He was an extraordinary middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. His eyes were deep, but there was an invisible aura that made people's hearts tremble. Peak of the domain realm, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Han Aoshi's aura was restrained, but Du Xiaofu could roughly see that he should be at the peak of the domain realm. He shouldn't be far from the main domain realm. Although Han Aoshi was much older than Qin Wudi, this cultivation was enough to represent Han Aoshi's talent. He probably wasn't much weaker than Qin Wudi, but he didn't seem to have reached the nirvana stage. Du Xiaofu knew that sometimes the difference between a nirvana sovereign and an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator couldn't completely measure the difference in talent. Han Aoshi's cultivation was at the peak of the domain realm, but his current cultivation and the fact that he had a son like Han Ningma who had reached the nirvana stage were enough to represent his talent. Du Xiaofu secretly guessed that Han Aoshi might have encountered some mental obstacles on his path of cultivation, which caused him to be unable to reach the nirvana stage. However, with his talent, he should have been qualified to reach the nirvana stage. Aoshi, that little bastard, has a treasure that can explode. It's difficult for anyone below the sage realm to block it. Ancestor Tianshir's body was destroyed by it. He told us to be careful. As Han Aoshi arrived, the old sovereign's voice also reached his ears. However, that little bastard shouldn't have many of those treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to enter my legalism. The old sovereign of legalism knew that Du Xiaofu had a great killing weapon on him from Qin Tianshir's primordial spirit. However, the old exalt believed that Du Xiaofu definitely didn't have many weapons of mass destruction that could kill peak experts of the Overlord realm. It was already a miracle that he had one. Such a treasure was definitely rare in the world. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would have dared to enter the legalism long ago. Han Aoshi didn't reply to the old sovereign's words. Instead, he directly said to the old sovereign, "Old sovereign, let me do it. You don't have to do anything. I'll kill him to avenge Wudi and legalism. He'll have to pay the price." All right. The old great reverend stared at Han Aoshi for a while before nodding. Han Aoshi raised his head. He had a slender figure, long hair, and fair skin. However, he didn't look feminine. His eyes shone, and his bearing was extraordinary. He seemed very young. "I'll fight with you. Let me see how powerful you've become over the years. Let's see if you're qualified to kill Wudi and Wudi." Han Aoshi looked at Du Xiaofu with a calm expression. His voice was gentle, but it seemed to have a magical power that could influence one's soul and bewitch one's heart. Han Aoshi was such a person. Among the 9 families, Qin Wudi was famous for legalism. Later, his son, Haningma, was famous throughout the 9 families. Han Aoshi had always kept a low profile. Even in legalism, he rarely showed himself. However, only the old legalism people knew how terrifying Han Aoshi was. Du Tingxian looked at Han Aoshi with sharp eyes. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing didn't look too good at this moment. They were about to attack. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Han Aoshi and nodded. His purple robe fluttered slightly as he stood in the air. He gave people a feeling that he was unshakable. His temperament was more peaceful than his usual domineering temperament, and more tranquil than his usual fierce temperament. Sensing Du Xiaofu's invisible aura, many of the old legalism people's expressions changed, and they were shocked. Han Aoshi was also looking at Du Xiaofu. His expression was still calm, but if one looked carefully, one would see that his every move seemed to be in harmony with the heavens and earth, emitting a Tao rhythm. "This guy isn't weak either," Du Xiaoyao said as she looked at Han Aoshi. "Dad won't let me attack." Little Xingxing pouted. She really wanted to attack Han Aoshi, but her father wouldn't give her the chance. She was a bit unhappy. "Show me how extraordinary you are." Han Aoshi made his move. Suddenly, dazzling runes appeared in the air around him, and in an instant they transformed into a palm print. Whoosh! As the palm flew out, the surrounding space shattered, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The runes on the palm flashed, turning into a resplendent lotus that rippled out in all directions.